All right. Hello. What is up, YouTube? Welcome, welcome. We just went live on Twitch. Unfortunately, we're here to review snaps today, and we use Discord for that. Unfortunately, there is something very strange going on with Discord, and not just Discord, but multiple online services right now. So Discord is having API issues. Most people cannot connect to Discord at all. But it's not just Discord. So on Down Detector's website, we're seeing a spike in outages for Prolific, Zelle, QuickBooks, Cloudflare, broadband, YouTube. YouTube seems to be fine on my end, though. Spotify, Steam. So they're, let's see, UKG, whatever that is. Tenor. Yeah, very interesting. So it's not just Discord. There are, yeah, you can see Discord sharp spike right here. Perfectly flat line for a while, and then a sharp increase right here. And then outages overall, if you look at, real-time outages, out of 34,189 different services, there is a huge spike in the recent hours. So something is going on. Rogue AI on the loose, maybe? I don't know. The world's a crazy place. The world's a crazy place. Maybe there's maybe one of the AIs got out of the box. I don't know. But hopefully it'll all be good soon. Hopefully we can start our reviews, because I don't want to be here until midnight on Monday. But yeah, if this is not resolved shortly, we're gonna have to do something else. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I was looking forward to this. Wait, Verizon has issues? That explains so much. Yeah, if you're ever curious about what services are down, I recommend checking Down Detector. You can just check Down Detector and you can see what services. Beyblade says, get ready for our AI overlords, y'all. Yeah, it's happening. Honestly, at this point, like, I wouldn't mind letting AI take the reins for a bit. Humans, we have not been doing that good, at governance, so I, for one, would welcome our new AI overlords. Anything, a little, switch it up a bit, see if some other, see if some other massive intelligence can run things a little bit better. I wouldn't be so opposed to that, I wouldn't, maybe things would be, a little better in the world. Marie, it's called a joke, Joke. He said, AI isn't as smart as you think. I have to code them. Yeah, maybe you should spend a little bit less time coding and a little bit more time speaking to humans. That way you'll be able to detect, like, sarcasm and jokes. Also, when it comes to AI, yeah, they're not very intelligent when you're looking at, like, public models. Like, when you ask ChatGPT how many X's are in December, it tells you, like, 3. So yeah, I get it. That was another joke, Marie. That was another joke. It was, there's 2 back-to-back jokes. So, I know I was joking. Okay, good. But yeah, I would say, AI isn't even really AI. It's not even it's not true artificial intelligence. It's just large language models. They're prediction programs. That's all they are. They're all just prediction programs. And a lot of them just work to, bounce off of what you feed them. But I would say it's probably pretty likely that there are some companies out there that have things that are a bit more sophisticated. So, I would say that even if you are somebody that codes and works on AI, there are probably some models out there that are more capable than what you might expect, especially the models that are being trained by other AIs and just consistently growing bigger and bigger. But yeah, overall, humans are also not very, very smart either. If you think about leadership in a lot of places, leaves a lot to be desired, So I feel like they're not the best option either. Ace Animal Crossing Ashley here says, hey, I'm new here, but I really love that you do this. Sadly, we might not be able to do this today. We might not be able to do this today because Discord is down. So yeah, I'm not sure if we'll be able to do the reviews. You know, we have to wait and see. We have to wait and see. Let me see if my Spotify is working. Maybe I can at least play music. Yeah, so Spotify's still working. That's good. That's good. Also, Shannon, I think that's like the 3rd or 4th time you've come into my chat and spread the gospel. You know, I understand wanting to spread the gospel. I understand, you know, like I think there can be beautiful things within religion. But at the same time, you know, this isn't really the best place for that. I mean, we're here to like learn about dream snaps, and there are, you know, I like to keep my chat free of both politics and religion. That doesn't mean I'm not religious. It doesn't mean I'm not political. You know, it's just that that's not what my content is necessarily about, if that makes sense. So we do have rules here, Shannon. We do have rules. And I don't want to ban you by any means. And I don't think what you're doing is bad or evil. You know, like I understand the desire, if you are a believer in a religion, to share that with others. Totally understandable. Nothing wrong with it, but there's, you know, you're still going to want to be at least conscious of the rules of the spaces you're within. You want to be conscious of those spaces. You want to be respectful of those spaces. That's kind of the more Christian thing to do anyway, is to be respectful of the spaces you're in. I feel like that would be more in line with, you know, the teachings you're referencing. So, you know, if you want to make your own YouTube channel, if you want to spread the gospel, Shannon, I have a great recommendation for you. If you want to spread the gospel, I got a great recommendation. Start a YouTube channel and start making videos spreading the gospel, instead of coming to random streamers chat and trying to spread the gospel that way, because that will actually push people away from the gospel. It's going to come off a little bit too pushy. When people want to find the word, they're going to be compelled to seek it out. And if you want to be somebody that spreads the gospel efficiently, you can make your content centered around that. You can start a TikTok channel spreading the gospel. You can start a YouTube channel spreading the gospel. But it's not as effective if you just come into random streams and start spreading the gospel, right? And that's not going to be as effective. That's going to push people away. They're going to feel like you're placing it in, you know, like basically shoving it upon them. So maybe what you could do is, you know, start your own. That's what I'm going to encourage you to do today. I'm going to encourage you, instead of, you know, jumping into streams and like trying to do it that way, make your own content centered around it. That would be a great way to spread the gospel, honestly. So make your own YouTube channel. You have a YouTube account. All you would need is a little camera, a little microphone, and you could also make a TikTok. That's very easy. All you need for a TikTok channel would be your phone. That's it. And you obviously have a device because you're here in my chat. So if you want to spread the gospel, why not make your own content centered around that? It would be far more effective than what you're doing. So just consider that, my friend. Consider that. You know, I don't want to have to ban you for breaking chat rules, because I have no problem with the gospel at all. But at the same time, you know, I don't want to, you know, I don't want my chat or my content to be centered around politics or religion, because I want everyone to feel welcome. I want, you know, whether somebody is a believer, a non-believer, a conservative or a liberal, a moderate, a libertarian, to me, we're all people. And I think one of the biggest problems with the world today is that everyone is so divided. It's like you're either with me or against me. You're either part of this group or you're my enemy. And it's just such a toxic environment. I just want everyone to feel welcome. So I avoid those topics completely, because I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable, you know? But yeah, like I said, I think it would be far more effective. What you're doing would be far more effective if you took the time to really, really get into spreading the gospel instead of just putting it in chat. So if you want to commit to spreading the gospel, make your own content about it. You know, I think that's going to be far more effective. It's going to be far more effective. So just consider what I said, my friend. Consider what I said. Maybe this is a good message for you today. You know, I think you would have better success with that. And I also think, you know, it would be healthy for you and beneficial for you, you know? So, like I said, I don't want to ban you or punish you for breaking my chat rules, but you've done that a few times now, and I'm trying to be as nice as I can about it. because I understand why you're doing what you're doing, but I just think there's better ways you could do it, is all I'm saying. So consider that, consider that. I mean, like, I obviously myself really appreciate the teachings of Jesus. I think he was whether you accept Christianity or not, I think he's a prime example of what, humanity could be. I feel like, well, I'm not going to get into it because, like I said, I'm not going to dive deep into religion or politics. But at the end of the day, like, I don't have any issue with people spreading the gospel. I just think there's healthier ways to go about it. I spent 5 hours doing snaps, and then it looks like I spent 10 minutes. Well, hopefully we can dive into reviews today, so you can get some extra insight. Vortex Alex, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. That is very nice of you. Very nice of you. Let's see. Server status. Let's see. Discord, increased API errors. We are continuing to work to remediate the issues impacting availability for some Discord users. This is causing impact across our services, including logging in and sending messages. This was at 12:56 PDT. We have identified the issue. Many users are unable to start their sessions at this time. We are investigating errors in our API systems. Okay, so they've identified the issue. They're investigating. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get some progress here soon. But for now, we're kind of locked out. We're kind of locked out of reviews, so that sucks. That sucks. I really wanted to get ahead today. I really wanted to dive into the reviews so we won't be here all night on Monday. If Discord is not back up soon, we might just have to do a Saturday stream to knock out some of them. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. Also, let me add Alex's dono to the board as well. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. So we're at 5 here. And yeah, we might switch to Pokopia for a bit. I don't know. I want to give Discord some time. I want to give it some time and see if it comes online. We'll see, how it's doing. I think we're on goal 164 today, right? Was it 164 at the start of the stream? I forgot when I changed it. Want to go ahead and get Discord said nope. I know, dude, of all the days for Discord to go down, it's literally the day where I'm trying to get my reviews done earlier. Like, we have every other Friday for the past, like, several months, we've just done, like, Pokopia or something else. And then the one Friday where I'm like, let's get a head start on reviews this week, Discord's just like, nah, not this time. Not this time. So I'll have to wait and see. Ash says how to submit for a review. Yeah, thank you, Alex. Thank you. Yeah, if you type !reviews, you'll get a link. My chat bot will put a link in the stream, and it'll explain how you can participate. Basically, you'll go into our Discord server, which is down right now, unfortunately. So once Discord is back up, once Discord is back up, you'll be able to go into our How to Get Reviews channel and review that, and you'll see exactly how everything works. Aura said that update on Discord site was about 10 minutes ago, so hopefully it doesn't take them too long to fix. Yeah, it depends on how bad the issue is. And like I said, this is spread far beyond Discord. I'm able to log in. Oh, good. Maybe I can log in now too. Let me restart it. Let me restart it. Let's end process and then start it back up here. We'll see if we can get in. Hopefully we can get started with the reviews here. Okay. Yeah, mine was the same way. D-da-da, mine was open, and then when I couldn't send messages or reply, I restarted it, and I haven't been able to get back in since. Yeah, I still can't get in. Unfortunately, still can't get in. But if you're already in Discord, then as long as you don't close it, you'll be able to see what was already loaded. But you likely... Yo, thank you.
Maybe show your snap progress. Possible without Discord?
The snap progress it's the same as what was in the Thursday video, my friend. I haven't done anything else. So if you've watched the video I posted on Thursday, we've already seen that. What we would like to do today is review you know, we've already done that. We did that all day yesterday. We did that Thursday. So thank you for the super chat, by the way. But yeah, that's, you know, all of that is pretty much already out there. It's already available. So yeah, we'll give it a little bit more time, and then I might just switch games. Because nothing has changed with my snap between yesterday and, you know, the video we dropped. So it's all the same. I mean, your old snaps where you began. I mean, we've done that a ton of times. It also comes up a lot during reviews. So, like, you know, throughout the history of my snap, I've showed them a lot. So yeah, I still want, you know, I want to focus on reviews today. I have a full guide coming out about, and also things have changed. A lot of things have changed. There's no need for tags anymore. Tags used to be a big part of Dreamsnaps, so looking at old Dreamsnaps, it's not going to correlate to snaps today. On top of that, you know, the meta has shifted to where it's ideal to get, like, closer in a lot of your snaps. So, yeah, I'd rather keep the focus on either doing the reviews or doing what I would do if I wasn't doing the reviews. So if we weren't going to do the reviews today, I would likely play Pokopia. Like, that would likely be what we would get into. So I'm going to give it a little bit of time because, you know, we already covered Dreamsnaps Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So we want to do reviews today, but if we can't do reviews, yeah, I'd rather do something else. So we'll see. We'll see. Denny, I think you're confused about what I'm saying. So, tags don't apply when it comes to rank and performance. That's what I'm referring to, Denny. So, I think you're a little confused. So, the tags they give you in Dreamsnaps, for example, required, right? Bold, quirky, playful, wondrous. These have no impact on your performance. These are just what you need to submit your snap. And in the past, the way it worked was completely different. So now only voting counts. So what I'm explaining is that, you know, for example, in an outfit challenge in the past, if you were going to do an outfit theme, you would need to stack a lot of those tags because they added a multiplier to your score and your performance. And that's what messed a lot of people up. That's why they got rid of it. But, you know, a good example would be if we were to look at like Treasure Hunt Extravaganza. A lot of people made really cool, like, Indiana Jones style looks for this. And they ended up getting punished for it because all of the items they were using, like, they met the required tags, but they didn't use enough high-value items. Meanwhile, my outfit looks horrible, and I get 4K because I'm using the high-value items that the challenge wanted us to use. That's no longer the case, and that's what I mean, is that tags no longer apply to your performance at all. So you don't have to build your outfit around the tags. All you have to do is just include, like, the one tag they want you to include. So if it's like a back piece, you know, for like certain challenges, a back piece will be required. Like, I think Small Wonders, you had to have an art piece. So, like, this, you know, fairy harp counts as a piece of art. And as long as you have one, you can submit it. And it doesn't even need to be visible. You can, like, put it in the back. So it's not going to really change the performance of the snap. But yeah, that's more in line what I'm referencing there. Marie said 3 more days and I can get rid of this name. It's been dragging. Yeah, it was pretty funny for a while. It's pretty funny. Yeah, it's very good they got rid of the tag system. What the way the tag system worked in the past, was it provided an unfair advantage to anybody that understood it. And the problem is Gameloft never really explained it. Like, if you went into Dreamsnaps and you hit more details, you know, it would tell you that you got to use the tags to meet requirements and yada yada, but it wouldn't really break down just how important those tags were for your final results. So a lot of good snaps ended up underperforming just because they didn't use the right items. And if they would have explained that a bit better in the Dreamsnap section, I think it would have been different. But if you weren't really working to figure it out, you were always at a disadvantage. So I knew how the tax system worked, but I don't want an unfair advantage, you know? And I'm glad, too, because now that the tax system is gone, I've still been able to consistently perform well. Like, if anything, I would say, on average, my ranks have gotten even better without the tag system. So, yeah, I like the fact that they got rid of the tag system, because now it's just about votes. It's just about votes now. There's no need to concern yourself with loading up on a certain outfit or certain decor. And you can focus entirely on the aesthetic of your snap, which is cool. MC Senpai, would you consider making a video talking about some of your favorite items to use in snaps or items from the premium shop that are worth it for Dreamsnaps? Yeah, that could be a great video topic to cover for sure. Yeah, that could be a great topic. If anything, you could play Pokopia until the servers come back and then jump back and send out a new notification. Yeah, potentially. We might do that. We might do that. I got 4K last week, so I was super stoked. Nice, actually, nice. Congrats, my friend. Good job, good job. Did you do the newest Spring Island puzzle? Oh, no, I haven't done that. Or the routine duties. Yeah, I can do that for now. We can do that. That's a good idea. Let me add our super chat from Half God to the goal as well before we move on. Thank you again, Half God. Thank you again. And yeah, hopefully, it probably won't be too... I don't expect it would take too long for Discord to resolve this issue. It's already been going on for over an hour. So, you know, hopefully it's not down for a long time. New update with the Discord issues monitoring. We are seeing significant recovery at this time. We are continuing to restore ancillary service. We are metering in traffic as users reconnect. Okay, good. So it sounds like we're going to be good here soon. Senpai, I need a guide on portal shots and split shots, says DBS. I actually discussed split shots a good bit in my video this week because I featured a split shot. So I talked a lot about the creation of split shots, DBS. So if you want to learn more about how I approach split scenes, check out Thursday's video. Yo, Amanda, thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. Thank you. If we go to this example here, you know, I have a little example split scene for you. And I talked a lot about the creation of this and ways to go about it. So, like, filling out the backdrop, dividing the scene is going to be very important. The avatar can be a great divider, and making the two sides feel very different. I discuss all of those. And then I discuss the complexity behind building them, how essentially you want to set up your framing and just keep going back into photo mode, keep checking as you make adjustments. Focus on one side at a time. But all of this information, DVS, you can find in Thursday's video if you haven't watched it yet. So check out Thursday's video. And if you want to learn about portal shots, go back to the guide we made for Illusion Valley. Remember that challenge? So that is also still up on my channel. And since portals were a big part of that, so I already have a portal guide and a split scene guide because, you know, we covered split scenes in this challenge, and in Illusion Valley, we dove deep into portals. Punk Mom says, what will be your streaming schedule next week? Will it include Pokopia? I mean, we're going to be playing Pokopia today too. And we were going to be playing Pokopia yesterday, but I don't know if you were here yesterday, but I had some pretty severe health issues. So if you're not up to date on Thursday, what we started doing the prior week, is we do like a 1 hour Q&A session for the Dreamsnap challenge, and then we play Pokopia for the rest of the duration of the time I'm live, which is usually 3 hours, my normal stream time. And on Fridays, we're going to be doing like an hour or two of Dreamsnap reviews, and then we play Pokopia. So that's already on the docket. So, you know, with Friday though, so I have to start doing some reviews on Fridays because, you know, you probably aren't aware, but when I did my reviews this week on Monday, I had to stream until midnight. That's how many reviews we had. So I have to start doing some of the reviews earlier in the week, just so that we're not, I'm not here streaming for like 9 hours on a Monday. So yeah, Pokopia is still very much part of the schedule on Thursday and Fridays. That hasn't changed. So we're just trying to knock out some Snap reviews. And we would have done Pokopia yesterday, because I actually have a really cool new build to share with you guys. But yeah, with the health issues yesterday, I streamed for shorter than I usually do. So better today, though. Better today. Yeah, Fallen Angel, we've already discussed this. If you go on to downdetector.com, you can see all the services impacted, and there's a ton of different services that are impacted right now. Bailey said, yeah, his boss, Horty, doesn't want him doing overtime for snaps on Mondays. Yeah, Horty's my boss. Let's see. Let's see if we can access Discord now. Yeah, I think I'm still waiting. Yeah, y'all can let me know whenever you guys are able to start accessing Discord, let me know. For now, we're going to knock out we're just going to knock out that new floating island event thing. And then we're going to do some routine duties. And then by the time I'm done, hopefully Discord will be active. Dude, I said that's the cutest boss. Yeah, he's a very demanding little guy. All right, so what? Hey, Guru! Thank you, my friend! Guru coming in with a big love here. Let's go!
Cause Senpai still got to eat.
That's true. Thanks for helping me put food on the table, my friend. Much appreciated. Over halfway on the goal now. Very nice. What is the new floating island task this week, you guys? What's new? Where do I go? I haven't done this yet. Talk to the flower. There's a lot of flowers. Which one am I talking to? Probably one with a face, right? Oh, this one right here. That's a weird one. All right. Welcome to the Springtime Floating Festival. Could I interest you in a little quiz? Oh boy. You guys got the answers already? Dude, somebody called this. They were like, we're definitely gonna have to count the gnomes. How many gnomes are there? 11 gnomes. Okay. Nice. Hydrangea. I'm not even gonna read this. Magnolia. Diamonds. 10. There we go. We're done. Give me that prize. Stop talking to me. You're weird looking. Is it her that we get? Do we get that weird flower? Oh, snap. We got a garden gnome. That's adorable. I like that. So do we not get the flower lady? I kind of thought we would get her. She's kind of weird looking though. All right, what are my new routine duties? I know I still have to hang out with Pocahontas for an hour. I haven't done that yet. Maybe we should go ahead and get started on that. You need to do the maze puzzle too. Oh, is there another puzzle I can do? Okay, let me go back. We'll do that as well. Alex, it's so creepy. Yeah, the flowers with the faces are like kind of, I don't know, they're a little weird to me. All right, so where's this maze? Oh, I guess it would be in the labyrinth, right? Do I enter here? Oh, this is pretty cool. What does this guy say? The flower whispers to you in a petal soft voice. A lily told me there's a special chest hidden in the ruins at the heart of the maze. You're creepy. Oh, there's the chest. All right. Well, we're probably not going to go straight towards it. We're probably going to backtrack a little bit. So... it'd be funny if I can just summon a horse and jump over the fences. Easy. What is this one? Oh, cool. Lily pad symbol frog. All right, all right. Let's get out of here. Discord is working. Discord's back up. Hopefully it'll be back up for me. They're trickling it back online, like a few areas at a time. But if it's back up for Hope, I think she's in Jersey, which is pretty close to my server. So let's see. Okay. Actually, Hope is in New York. Ashley's in Jersey. All right. So, no, not back on for me yet. Not back on for me yet. Still got to wait a little longer. All right. Let's knock out the routine duties. Yeah, they explained that they're restoring services kind of, you know, one at a time. So, looks like we'll have to give it a little bit longer. Hopefully we'll be good soon, though, so we can get started here. Once we get our routine duties done, maybe we'll be ready. Oh, looks like I've already done some of these. Feed sunbirds their favorite food. Hang out with Pocahontas. Let me grab Pocahontas real quick. Oh, she's right there. Perfect. Let's hang out. There we go. Yo, Winged Messenger. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, Marie. I'm in Ohio. If you're unable, have you completely? Can you completely close it and then enter back in? Because if it's not letting you submit your snap, then it sounds like you're still having the same issues. Because I had Discord open before the stream, I just wasn't able to send messages. And one of the features of our review streams is mods will need to comment on the posts we're actively reviewing. Just be warned, if you completely close the program, you might not be able to get back in at all. That's what happened for me. But if you're unable to submit, then it's likely still not communicating. Yeah, I can't even go in. I can't even open the program. Bree said, I hate when you get 2 strong snaps in voting and you don't know which one to vote for. It happens a lot, actually, because as snaps start racking up votes, they're they increase in likelihood of popping up against other good snaps. We see that every single week. It's kind of how they determine who stays in 4K and who goes. And that's why I tell people, you know, like, just because you didn't get as high of a rank as others doesn't mean your snap was bad. You might have just popped up against really good snaps. And it might have been hard for people to choose between the two, but ultimately, you know, they might have chose your competition. But it doesn't mean your snap was bad. They might have had a hard time picking, you know. And that's the thing, you know, Dreamsnaps is getting more competitive. There are a lot of amazing snaps out there. And as you start racking up votes, you have a high chance of popping up against them. You might get lucky and you might pop up against some mediocre snaps, and then it makes it pretty easy to get a really good rank. It just depends. Yo, Happy Fairy, thank you for the 2 months, my friend. Loving all your tips and advice. Thank you. Wish I'd found you sooner. Well, you're here now. That's what matters. That's what matters, you know. You're here now. Also, guys, just be aware for the Friday reviews, they're not guaranteed. So, you know, for example, for you, Marie, we have a lot of snaps submitted for review already. That doesn't mean we're going to do all of them today. For the Friday reviews, our goal is just to put a dent in what we have. So even if you had submitted like at the beginning of the stream, I probably wouldn't have got to yours because we're only going to do reviews for like an hour or two. Unless I move really fast, we probably won't get through everybody. We're just trying to put a little dent in them before Monday. So, like, whereas on Monday, as long as you submit before 3, you're guaranteed to get a review. That's not the case for Friday. It's kind of first come, first serve. Like, whoever's in there, we'll try to get as many done as possible. But just keep in mind, you know, like, even if you were able to submit, there were a lot in there already that came in on Wednesday and Thursday. So I probably won't even get through all of those. I just want to put a little dent in them. I figured that would happen. Just want it in there. Gotcha. I mean, we might get to it. I don't know. It all depends on what the snaps before yours, like, you know, what kind of points we need to discuss. Because if there's like a lot of things to discuss with each snap and I end up showing like examples, it can take a little while. But if it's like minor things like, oh, you need to improve the foreground or bring more color in the snap, you know, we can move pretty quickly. It all comes down to like what kind of snaps are in early on. So I mean, you know, it'd be cool to get all of them done. But hard to see. Honest Sweaters are super smart. Your product demand is going up and up. Well, thank you, my friend. Yeah, it's cool to see, you know. It's a lot more work, you know, especially on Monday, being, you know, streaming until almost midnight. I haven't had to do that in forever. So it was exhausting, but at the same time, I felt very proud and very happy because it just shows that a lot of people are finding great value in the Dreamsnap reviews. And more people are tuning in each week, and more people are participating each week. And to me, that's a real blessing because it means more people are choosing to support what I do as a creator and choosing to participate in what I do as a creator. And that's a huge honor, you know. I find it really incredible that so many people trust me with their, you know, trust my thoughts on snaps at all. Because there are people who submit their snaps to me that I would say are even better at making snaps than I am, but they still find value, in my opinion. And that's really cool. You know, that's really cool to see. And then there's other people that are newer to snaps that feel like they can learn a lot from not just me, but from the community. And one of my favorite things with the reviews is when we do secondary reviews on Tuesday. If you were here this Tuesday, the quality increase we saw in a lot of snaps was astronomical. Like, we reviewed snaps, we gave feedback, we gave pointers, and then we did the re-reviews and we compared their old snaps with the new snaps. If you didn't watch that stream, go back and check it out because some of these snaps, like, it felt like an entirely different piece of art. It was so cool seeing how people applied the advice and made the snap more competitive. A snap can be really good, but that doesn't always mean it's going to have a great shot at 4K. It's more or less about what the average voters are drawn to, what the fast voters are drawn to, and finding a way to really capture the attention of the voters. All of that stuff is going to be very important for 4K. Of course, you know, some weeks are going to be tougher than others because you end up popping up against really good snaps, or maybe you get a handful of voters that are just little kids and they're going to vote for the picture with a raccoon because it's cuter. You never really know. So there is a little bit of sway in Dreamsnaps, and it's very hard to control exactly what rank you get, which is why I don't really offer advice for like how to get in the top 100, because it's very hard to control that even with the best of snaps. It's more or less about how to land within that 4K range consistently. And that's the big focus there. Alex is probably because people can't fall back on tags, so now they're searching out how to get better at creating good shots. Well, even before that, you know, we've been seeing consistent growth for a long time, even back when we had the tags. Because when I first started doing these Dreamsnap reviews, they got so busy that I had to switch it to supporter and YouTube or Twitch supporters only. This is before we were on YouTube. But when I first started doing these, I was able to do followers and supporters for a few weeks. And then it got so busy to where I could not physically get through all the reviews. So I had to make a difficult decision and say, okay, well, I have to find out which community snaps I can do and which I can't, because there's no way for me to do them all. So we started doing Twitch supporters as priority. And if we happen to have any extra time left over, which almost never happened because we got more and more and more each week, then I would do follower. But it was nearly impossible. And now that we're doing YouTube as well, we have people joining YouTube channel members. And that's one of the big reasons we're seeing a massive increase now, is because we're not just live on Twitch, we're also live on YouTube. So that's bringing even more people into the fold, like people that necessarily wouldn't have watched the content before. So I don't think it's as much the tag system, because even when we had the tag system, we saw exponential growth on Twitch with the Dreamsnap reviews, which is why we continued doing them. And it, you know, the growth was so high that we had to end up picking and choosing what we could do and what we couldn't. And I kind of knew when I started streaming on YouTube that would likely increase further. And it did, you know. So I don't think it's people seeking me out necessarily, because people still sought me out with the tags. Because even when you did have the tag system, sure, you had kind of a built-in advantage if you understood it, but a lot of people that sought me out, they didn't even understand the tag system. They didn't even know it was a thing, but they sought me out anyway. And then even people that did have a good understanding of the tag system, you know, would still sometimes struggle to get 4K, so they would look for ways to improve on votes. So I would say I would say, Alex, that does impact it to a degree, but probably not as much as you would expect. Mostly because, you know, like I said, a lot of people weren't really aware of it. And I taught a lot of people about the tag system, but I never liked it. I never liked the tag system. I don't want there to be any kind of advantage when it comes to snaps. Like, it's one of the reasons I don't share my submissions on Facebook, because a lot of people see my post on Facebook, and I never share my snaps there until voting is closed. So I don't want any unfair advantage with my position as a content creator, and I don't want any unfair advantages with the tag system. I want people to understand that they also do not need an advantage. If they can learn the system, and most importantly, learn what voters really are drawn to, then it is entirely possible for them to get 4K consistently as well. What sunbirds do we have here today? I'm going to try Discord again after I feed a sunbird. We're going to see if we can get in. Hopefully we'll, you know, once I do this routine duty, hopefully we're going to be good to go. Let me go to companions. Green one's not here today. Okay, the golden sunbird. Turquoise sunbird. What's their favorite food again, guys? Which color flower does the golden sunbird and the turquoise sunbird like? Is the turquoise purple because he's got purple under his wings? And is the golden... I feel like the red sunbird would be red flowers. I can't remember. Jenny says sunflower. For what, the golden one? Is it the outer wing color? Because they got 3 wing colors. I always forget. So golden sunbird would be sunflower. Let's do him. Let's just get a sunflower for him then. Yeah, it's color-based, dee-da-da, but they have multiple colors. That's why I always forget. So, like, you know, if you look at the sunbirds, the emerald one is pretty easy to guess because emeralds are green. Orchid would be purple. But then if you look at the sunbirds as well, they have, you know, like turquoise, for example. You know, we don't really have a turquoise flower, per se. We have things that are kind of close. And that's what throws me off with them. Bell said, I think it's the 2 main colors of the wings. Actually, they like any orange and yellow. Okay. Yeah, I always get confused by it. The only one that's easy is the emerald one. And the red one. Because I know the red one will take any red flower, and the emerald one will take any green flower. But the ones that throw me off are the orchid one and the orchid one and then the turquoise one. Those ones always confuse me. And those are the ones we have today. Green or pink for turquoise. Okay. Dana said the lovebirds named Pinky and Dinky. Yeah, it's funny. Those are like the only 2 pets I've named too. But I love my Pinky and Dinky. I use them all the time. I actually really like the lovebirds. Those are like one of my favorite little companions. They're just so cute. Is that the golden? I think it is. Oh, I see a moonstone chest too. See, he's even got blue on his back too. Did I fail? No, I counted. Okay. And then pick up what your critter finds. Oh gosh, I don't want to do that right now. Let me get these moonies. And then we're gonna see if Discord's working. Let's give it a try. I really want to get these snap reviews because I also really want to show you guys what I was making in Pokopia. Oh my god, bro, this is so annoying. Of all the days Discord could crap out, why does it have to be today? Well, I guess it could be worse. Like, imagine this happening on Monday or Tuesday, like the last day of the review process, and we just can't do the reviews. That would suck a bit more. So I guess I'd rather have this happen on a Friday than Monday or Tuesday, but still very frustrating. Dang it, dude. Oh my god, bro. What is my life right now? All right. I guess I can have pets duplicate items. That's going to be kind of annoying. You know what? I'm going to go put some stuff away. Like, I have way too much crap in my pockets. I've never seen that I don't know anything about Raya. I don't know anything about Raya. I know the Raya outfit is cool as heck. I know that. But aside from that, I don't know anything about Raya. I've never seen the Raya movie. I don't even know what it's about. I should probably check that out sometime. Yeah, I got all this stuff in my pockets because I was working on the Dreamsnap builds. I need to go get more pixie dust. I used a lot of mine in crafting, and I just don't have very much left. All right, that should be good. Mine's up. Mine too. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Maybe we can get started. Let's check. Am I the last one? Am I the only one that doesn't have Discord yet, bro? What is happening? Okay. I'm gonna force close it. If mine's still not working and everyone else's is, I'm going to be so mad. Come on. Come on, you can do it, little buddy. Actually, mine still isn't working. Yeah, mine probably won't be back on until yours is, since you're not too far from me. Discord on my phone is working, but not on my PC. Hang on a second. Let me see if my mobile Discord is working. Yeah, I can access Discord on my phone. Fantastic. Fantastic. Oh. It won't load anything. Okay. So I can see my server, but if I click on Dreamsnap Reviews, it won't load any pictures. Okay. 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 Also, if any of you guys have Discord Nitro, consider boosting our server. If we boost the server enough, I can get a server banner back. We used to have a banner on my server, but... Oh, my God! I'm in! Hold up! Let's go! All right! We're in! Hey, there's everything. Let's go. But yeah, guys, if you want to, if you want to support the server, not necessarily me as a creator, but the server itself. So if you have Discord Nitro, which allows you to have like a flashy username and access some extra features, I have Nitro and I boost this server every month. But if we can get to level 2 again, which would require 7 boosts, I will be able to have a server banner again. And we'll also get more sticker slots, and we can have larger file upload sizes, which doesn't really matter. We can also, one of the most exciting things we'll get is custom role icons. So if you're a supporter, I can put a custom icon beside your name. Don't worry about it, though. Just... Don't buy Nitro. Don't buy the boosts. I'm just saying if you happen to have Nitro and you want to boost our server, that would be awesome. But yeah, don't go out of your way to get it or anything. Okay. Looks like we can finally start doing some of these reviews. All right. All right. Okay. Let's visit the challenge itself, guys. Let's talk about what the theme is this week. So... this week's Dreamsnap Challenge is called Inside Out Weather. It says, is your valley sunny like joy, rainy like sadness, or green like envy? Bring big feels in this challenge with outfits, decor, effects, and pets to make an emotionally thematic pick. So what we're looking for here is an emotionally thematic pick, something that really plays up the emotion you're choosing to highlight. So some quick examples would be if you're going with joy, having sunshine and rainbows and flowers and pixie dust, these things make it emotionally thematic. For sadness, having rain and loads of blue and cloudiness, you know, all this stuff is going to make it emotionally thematic on that side. For anger, you can have flames and fire and lava and villains, things to make it emotionally thematic. So in regards to an emotionally thematic pick, that's what we're looking for. And as the challenge states, you can accomplish this with outfits, decor, effects, and pets. So utilizing things like that. We see the same thing in the demonstration photo, right? There's yellow pets in the joy photo. There's Mushu and this red turtle here in the anger photo. And the goose with the blue bonnet and sadness here in the sad photo. And each one has like a color-themed outfit. So, you know, we'll be looking for those emotionally thematic picks. Now, with the challenge being called Inside Out Weather, you know, it is going to be a very good idea to have weather play some kind of role, whether it's like beautiful sunny weather or rain, which is kind of like the only two weather options we have that play with Inside Out. Including that in your snap, it's going to be ideal as well. So, with that out of the way, let's get into our first one here from Lilo. All right, all right. So it looks like you're utilizing free mode to get very close to sadness. This is good because sadness is going to play a very large role in your photo. You have the rainy day house. Some good background detail here. Very well designed avatar. I like the dark blue lip. Light blue can make him look a bit like a cadaver, but it matches the hair and the rainy day overalls very well. I like the lightning you have in the backdrop. We got the raindrops coming down here as well. And it's too bad we don't have blue orbs. Now, one thing you could do if you wanted to have a bit more fun with this and add blue orbs to the photo, if you get memories on a floating island and then you reset the floating island, those memories will come to your pocket. So if you were to do a bunch of cooking, you could get a bunch of blue memories, send them to your pockets, and then drop them in this photo. So if you did want to add some blue memory orbs, you could always use the actual in-game memories. The purple ones do look great here, but I'm just saying, you know, if you wanted to take this even further, maybe remove like 1 or 2 of the purple ones and drop a couple of blue ones in here. I think that would go very well with the scene you've created. It's very easy to forget about memories and the droppable ones, and I am kind of bummed we don't have a blue memory orb like this. You know, we have the purple, we have the green, we have the red, but we don't have a blue one for whatever reason. But yeah, if you wanted to add the blue ones, I think that would be really good with the scene you have here. Good path choice as well. Good environment choice with the Forgotten Lands. You know, the ground is a lot darker. Works very good with the rainy day scenario. I also like the brooms you have here with the blue swirls. The benefits of a photo like this is that it's very simple. It's very, very easy to understand the theme, and it highlights sadness very, very well. Now, of course, I think the snaps that might give this a bit of competition would be snaps that feature a little bit more depth in the environment, but ultimately I don't think that'll matter unless you pop up against those. Overall, it's a very well-structured scene. It's got great lighting. It covers the theme well. And one of my only suggestions here would be if you could drop some blue memories in here in place of a couple of these purples, I think that would make this even stronger, but it's looking really good so far. Carolyn is next. My first lava build, I have trouble with getting a good backdrop that is high enough to match the vibe. Any suggestions? Also, any other things I missed? Thank you as always. Okay. So let me move this one over. Move Discord over here real quick. So for your backdrop, if you're looking for recommendations and ideas for that, I see you posted this before my Thursday video. So I actually discussed anger builds and great ways to tie in the backdrop. So I can just pull this up as a quick example for you, Carolyn. So I did something similar with a lava build, right? But I did it like a city on fire kind of idea. And, you know, we see the same thing here, just outfits different. But one thing you can use would be Tony's Restaurant. It's got a very, very red brick wall It's a very fun building. If you wanted to do your anger build with a bit of a city feel in the backdrop, it could be a great way to fill out some of the sky. The willows are fun. But I think buildings could be great here as well because they're going to fill in a bit more space. Because over here, you know, if we look past the tree, we can kind of see through the snap here. You have a couple of lights back here, but it's not enough of a light effect to really fill in the space. So you'd want to go heavier with the lights there. But you wouldn't have to worry about that if you did like Tony's Pizzeria, just the side of the building like we have in my shot. And then also the Glamour Gulch buildings, the ones you can construct at your crafting station. Those are very tall. They have red roofs. So you're going to have more red in the photo as well. And you can make it seem like, you know, I think the City on Fire concept works very, very good. Now, between your 3 shots here, it looks like this one... The hair is very cool, by the way. The red into orange into yellow. I really like that. And then the raven here is also very fun. Good expression of anger, good makeup. And I see you're using Hades. But he is kind of hard to catch there. I think this one is the best of the 3. I really like the lighting in this one. The glow coming off the outfit is very nice. And I think the hair looks best here too. Because you got really good lighting on the hair. And the placement of the raven is really fun. So yeah, what you could do if you wanted to fill in the backdrop a little bit more is consider some buildings here as well. It works really good for like a Wrath kind of concept to show like a city, you know, on fire, especially if you're showcasing like villains. The other benefit of using some of the buildings in the game is you're going to be able to play up red even more. And we kind of see an example of that in the example photo itself. Notice how they have the fire stations here with the very deep red brick. So they're using red buildings. They're using red trees. They're really playing up the red. They have the yellow for the spirit curtains and then the pyro boxes. There's a red truck and then the red fire hydrant. So they're like really doubling down on the red here. So I would say, you know, I think buildings could be very good for this because you could bring in even more red into the backdrop and play it up, you know, without the green. You do have these red trees back here, which are awesome. But yeah, if you're wondering about filling out the sky, I do think there are some great buildings you can consider for a snap like this. Dreamer is next. Let's see. So, rainy day walk. Okay. So, I like that you're playing up the blue street lights here, Dreamer. And you have some blue flowers. But I would try to play up blue more. So, we talked about this a lot. Now, look at the example photos, right? Notice how the photo with Joy has a lot of yellow and green. Like, the shirt is yellow and green. Joy is yellow and green. The companions are yellow. The balloons are yellow and green. So they're playing up all these yellow and green effects. We look at the anger snap, and there's red brick, there's red grass, there's, you know, red fire hydrant, red bush, red truck, red pets, red villager, red outfit, right? And then we look at the blue one, and there's blue buildings, you know, blue bonnet on the goose, blue on the roof of this little companion house here, a blue house beside that. So they're really playing up the blue. So in your shot, you know, I like the concept of like a rainy day walk, but relying only on these lights for the blue factor, I think we could do more than that. I would also increase your character lighting. You still want your character to kind of pop here. And there's better outfits. Like, there is an actual inside-out themed outfit. I don't think you need the scarf, you know? Like, it's not really... I don't think it works that great. If you wanted to go with, like, rainy day clothes, you could use one of, like, the raincoats. But if you're not taking that route, I would use the sadness overalls. Because they are inside-out themed. And again, this challenge is called inside-out weather, right? So inside-out plays a big role. You have an inside-out villager. So if you had the inside-out overalls outfit, I think that would work a lot better than what you're wearing. I don't think your outfit is quite as thematic as this. So this outfit has raindrops. It has clouds. It has a lot of that deep blue. You can wear Joy's blue hat with it. You don't have to wear these glasses. They're just there to kind of, you know, showcase the glasses. But when I talk about blue in your photo, notice how I'm using loads of blue flowers. We have blue water. We have a blue house back here, a blue building back here. We have blue lights as well, like you do, but we're not relying just on the blue lights to communicate the blue and the rainy day feel. There's also blue trees in the game. And instead of using the blue trees, you're choosing to use orange trees and yellow trees when we have these exact same trees with blue. So you could play more of the blue effect into this, and you could be wearing a better outfit. When your avatar is featured close to the frame like this, you're going to want the outfit to really sell the concept. And, you know, if you want to dress in a raincoat, I would wear an actual raincoat, and I wouldn't do the scarf here. This scarf isn't really doing much for you. I think the inside-out overalls would be much better here, and I would work to incorporate more blue into the photo. Don't just rely on the blue lights. Again, look at the example photos, you know, and then look at all the good blue items you could be using. There's so many good blue items, like blue luminescent flowers, blue glass flowers. There's blue furniture, blue buildings, blue carpets. There's all kinds of good blue things you could add, or at least the blue trees. You don't have to do the buildings and all that stuff if you want to do a walk through the forest. But I would say if you want to impress voters with this, I would lean more into the blue concept. And then also for your rain, I don't know if you picked up the new rain clouds, but the fun thing is you can have the best lighting in the game. Like this picture, it's raining, right? But this is sunset lighting. This is the same lighting we use for great performance every week. But we've put rain clouds up, and we have blue trees blocking the sky, so you can't see that the sky is clear. And we have blue buildings blocking the sky. So we're playing up loads of blue trees. We're playing up the rainy weather, but look at how crisp and clear this picture is. It still feels like a rainy day versus how foggy and diluted this one feels. Now, foggy and diluted can still be good for a rainy day vibe, but I would definitely, to make this more competitive, you know what the average voters tend to be drawn to? It's the well-lit, vibrant images. It draws their eye. It captures their attention much better. So, you know, instead of fogging up your photo and relying just on those lights for your blue effect, really decorate your photo to appear as blue. That's what the challenge is asking us. So, yeah, I would definitely at least consider using the blue trees here, because they're the same size and shape as the trees you're using. So you could definitely give this more of a blue feel, and you don't have to weigh entirely on the lights, and you could have a better outfit, and you could also have a blue companion. You know, this is about making, you know, really building up the sadness element. So instead of a nice, happy little puppy, you know, you can use a number of blue companions. If you have the geese, there's the goose with the blue bonnet, which will work good for a rainy scene. But there's definitely better companions you could be using here. And again, you know, revisiting the challenge. It says bring big feels in this challenge with outfits, decor, effects, and pets. So when you choose your pet, you're choosing a pet that's going to bring the feeling you're looking for. Lucky doesn't really give any kind of sadness, right? Like he's an adorable Dalmatian. If you want to build on the emotionally thematic pick, choose a companion that kind of plays into that, like somebody that offers a bit of blue. If we go out here, look at my companion list. So, a great example would be Abigail, as we discussed. You know, she has a little boob on it. She's also featured in the demonstration photo. Even baby Pegasus, I wouldn't use this pose because it's too happy, but having little baby Pegasus walk around, he does have some good blue to him. The blue goose could work if you don't have the goose with the bonnet. The blue croc could work. The envy rabbit, even though it's envy and not sadness, it, you know, does have a good color for the snap. The Inui raven, it's got the emo look. So this one works very well. The colors work very well with blue on top of that. The blue raven. The blue fox. Maybe the blue fox instead of Lucky. The blue raccoon. The blue raccoon and the blue fox would work very good for your nature trail kind of idea. And then, of course, you have more fantasy-derived things like a blue dragon or the teal dragon or the blue Pegasus or whimsical pets. But you do have a lot of options that are going to play better with the sadness element. So, yeah. In closing, I would definitely consider adding more blue items to your snap. Don't rely entirely on the lights. Go with a better outfit than this. Like this scarf with these pants, they're not very appealing. You did great with the hair. You can keep that the way it is. I would change the eyes a bit. You've gone like deep green for the eyes. You can always go with some kind of blue. The earrings are good. But yeah, the pants with this jacket and this scarf, I don't think this is a very good outfit to use. And also these gauntlets, these like witchy gauntlets, they're not, I feel like they don't really tie into the look at all. So the sadness overalls are perfect. You know, they're blue, they show rain clouds, they show rain. I would say the best options for a sadness build are either going to be those overalls, which we can see in other submissions here, like our first one. Look at how good this looks. Like how good this outfit looks. I think this makes this a very... And look at the blue eyes, you know. Whereas you have green eyes and kind of a mix-match outfit, their outfit perfectly ties in with the colors of sadness. The top is the same color as Sadness's skin. The overalls are the same color as Sadness's hair. And the clouds are the same color as Sadness's sweater. And then when we look at the eyes, they've given themselves a deep blue eye. They've given themselves a dark blue lip. And they even have a little face paint teardrop right here, it looks like. So, you know, look at how much better this outfit looks. So compare these two, you know. Now, you don't have to use this outfit. Raincoats, even if they're not blue, which is why they put this raincoat in the shop. I didn't pick it up, but if we go into the shop, you know, we have this raincoat ensemble, and it's here for a reason. It's because it works well for sadness builds. That's why they put it in the shop this week. It does have some good yellow to it, but it's a very good raincoat to wear. And there are some other raincoats, but I would still say I think the sadness overalls are, you know, one of the best things to use. And I guess that's why they, you know, I just thought that's probably why they put the Toontown house in the shop this week, because it was featured in that anger build. And you got the red brick and the red roof. I didn't think about that. Also, the building looks kind of destroyed, so it could work well for an anger scene. Okay. Nelvaria. Oh, we were just talking about this. All right, so you have the raincoat here, the umbrella, the sadness glasses. Now, it looks like you're using the rainy weather time of day. And unfortunately for you, it doesn't really look like it's raining in your photo. You got two little raindrops here. There's one here and then one here. And I see like maybe a tiny little rain splash down here, but there's like no raindrops really in view here. So it looks like it might rain. The other thing is I would definitely be playing up blue a little better. And then you see the new house. You have the new rainy house here, right? Like you spent 3,000 moonstones on this house, but you've buried it behind trees, behind your umbrella. You've totally hidden that house. And in order for that house to actually show rain, you have to be closer than this. I actually discussed this in my guide for this theme. So when it comes to this house in particular, I discussed how you're going to want to use it. Now, you see how in my scene, you can actually see rain pouring down the house, and you actually see all these raindrops in my scene. It really looks like it's raining in this photo, right? So, let me actually, here, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to open this up real quick. We're going to open this rainy day pic here. And we're going to open your rainy day pic. All right, so in these two photos, in which photo does it seem more like it's raining? Which photo can we see more raindrops clearly? That would be this one, right? It's kind of a rhetorical question. I see a little stretch of a raindrop here and a little stretch here, and that's it. Whereas in this one, we have lightning, we have raindrops all along here. We have rain running down the new house. So if you're going to spend 3,000 moonstones on this new house, you're going to want to make it play a big role in your scene. You have one of the best houses, actually the best house in the entire game for a rainy day build, and you're not even close enough to the house to make the house show rain. So I would rethink the way you've constructed this snap. If you get the house a bit closer, you can really highlight what makes it special, like this little water bucket filling up, the water running down these cups. Like look at the gutter here, just spitting water into this little chain of cans here. And then we can see the water rolling down the scene. We can also see far more raindrops. You know, there's raindrops everywhere. And I would imagine you do have the new clouds because you spent 3,000 moonstones on the new house and, you know, 1,750 on the new raincoat. So I'm guessing you also have the clouds. These clouds are going to be absolutely massive to use this week for a rainy day build because it's much better than the in-game rain. We can see them in this one as well. Well, look at how close she is to the new house, for one. So she's also using the new house, and we can actually see water pouring off of the house. We can see the water pouring down here. I do think this could be even stronger if we had some bigger raindrops falling at the front of the scene. But if you look in the back, you can see the thunderstorm clouds. So we have lightning back here. We see raindrops in the back from these clouds. So we have the clouds in the back. This is a great example of a strong rainy day scene because it really feels, you can really feel that weather. The problem with this one is that while you are using the rain time of day, you have much better options to make this truly feel like a rainy day. And even if you don't have the rain clouds, just playing this house closer to the scene would make a huge difference. Because I'd be willing to bet snaps like this that showcase the rainy day feel much better are going to outperform snaps like this. Also, notice the abundance of blue here. We talked about this earlier with Dreamer's theme. So she's using blue lights to play up blue, but that's it. Compare that to this snap, where the outfit is a great blue. We have the blue doorway on the house here. We have blue speckled path. We have blue eternity owl bushes. We have blue trees. We have blue flowers. We have blue mushrooms. They are doing what the challenge said. They are thematically playing up the photo to showcase the emotion. So the thing is, you really don't want to get caught in the trap of just, this is just a rainy day challenge. No. It says bring big feels into this challenge with outfits, decor, effects, and pets to make an emotionally thematic pick. So the entire picture needs to be emotionally thematic. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means we want the entire pic to feel of sadness. Now, when we look at this one, we have a happy little frog. We have glowing mushrooms. There's very little blue in the photo. Your sky in the back looks completely clear. We have green trees. You have some blue lights off to the side to cast a bit of blue. But this is your competition. This is what you're going to be up against with a lot of other sadness builds, where that blue feel, that sad feel, is going to be greatly amplified. And if you pop up against photos like this, this is not really competitive enough to match photos like this. And that's the thing. If you want to get 4K, sure, you might not pop up against those photos, and you might get 4K with a snap like this, but you can't rely on that. If you want to get 4K consistently, you need to build your snap in a way to compete with snaps like this. You might not beat them every time, but you at least want to make the voter have to think really hard about which one they're going to choose. And for me, it would not be hard to choose between these two, at least right now, because this one delivers on the sad feel and the rainy day feel a lot more than this one does. So the advice I have for you to fix this would be to remove happy elements, for one, like the smiling frog. He's a little happy. Look at how sadness is here. Number 2, you have the best house in the entire game for this challenge, but you're so far away from it, you're not activating the rain effect, and you're barely featuring the house. It's hidden behind this umbrella. It's hidden behind the trees. And number 3, we have minimal blue in the photo, right? We got some trees that have a little bit of a bluish tint, but there's a lot of green. You have a few blue lights in here and a lot of brown at the base. Whereas people that are going emotionally thematic, they're going to really play up those blues. They're going to have, the blue Eternity Isle bushes would be great here if you have Eternity Isle. Just more blue in general. But a great place to start, I think, for you with this snap would be to consider showcasing, because, again, you have one of the best houses in the game for this. And if you showcase that house better, I think you can deliver a much stronger experience, just like, that other photo did. And I do have one of these where I'm using an umbrella, kind of like you are here. This one's a lot darker because I was just saving random shots to make sure the composition was coming together. But you get the idea. You can see the running water here. And don't forget the clouds. Look at how much better these raindrops look compared to the default raindrops. So these are the default raindrops. Dreamer has them in hers, and you have them in yours. The new clouds are really cheap compared to the other stuff that you picked up. Like the house is $3,000. The outfit is like $1,750. And if there's one item you want to pick up this week from the shop out of everything that's in there, it's the clouds. As far as Dreamsnap's utility goes, nothing beats animated items. Animated items have such good Dreamsnap's utility. You never know when they're going to come in handy. And these 3 clouds are the cheapest thing in the shop this week. This one actually adds lightning to your scene. This one adds much heavier rain than the regular rain mode gives us. And this one adds a completely different type of rain in the form of these little droplets, which look really good in snaps, by the way. So if you're going to go with a rainy day, make it rain. Let's full send the rainy day vibes. You have a great raincoat. You have the rainy day house. But you have barely any rain. And also barely any good blue elements. So I like the outfit. You included sadness, which is really strong. But if you want this to be more competitive, you need to double down on the blue. You need to double down on the sadness. And you need to double down on the rain. Again, those things might not matter if you pop up against subpar snaps. But the more votes you start to rack up, the more likely it is you're going to pop up against snaps like this that are really, really delivering on the theme. And you want to be competitive. If you want to consistently get 4K, you need to approach every challenge assuming you're going to pop up against really good snaps. And even if you're not going to beat them, you want to make it a tough choice for the voter, at least. So keep those things in mind. Again, you have great things for this challenge. I believe you can do something a lot stronger than this. Dekai is next. Interesting. Rainy day plus joy. The outfit, though, I'm not going to lie, this new rainy day jacket does have more of a joyful feel, you know? That's why for sadness builds, the sadness overalls, I think, are such a good play because they actually have a good sad feel with the deep blue and the rain clouds built into them. This can work for a sadness build, but the bright yellow is a little jarring with, like, the sad notes. And this is very interesting. I'm not sure how, you know, great job with the rain, by the way. Again, look at the difference in rain. You take these new clouds, you put them right at the front of your shot, and now you have these rain clouds just dumping rain in your scene. And you can take it a step further by putting the thunderstorms on the edge. If you want to get even more of that, you know, heavy weather element. Look at this beautiful lightning bolt here, right? Let me hide myself real quick. But look at how good the lightning looks. You can have a little lightning bolt on the left, a little lightning bolt on the right, but look at these clouds, and the lightning bolt actually casts light into the cloud. So now we have this blue glow in the corner of the shot, but you get heavy rain, and if you're close to the rain house, it's going to drop rain as well. So now we have rain in the background, we have lightning, we have more rain here. Now, if we go back here, no lightning, but it seems that you're going for more of a happy rainy day. You have the rainbow in the back, which works really good for joy. Very, very good joy animation. Great feature of the rainy day house. This one is very interesting. This is very interesting. And I think the reason this is so interesting to me is because you're playing up joy, but you're playing up a joyful rainy day. I don't know exactly how voters are going to respond to this. I think it's really clever. I think it's really clever. I think it's really fun. It's beautiful. You got really good lighting here because you're using the sunset time of day to light your scene, but you're actually, no, you are using rain itself. It's just that the back of the sky is kind of clear because I see these horrible fake raindrops. These things bother me. And I think those only happen when you have the actual rain mode activated. I don't know. But yeah, the rain looks good. It's a very different concept for this theme because, you know, the challenge was pretty clear, and in the examples, is your valley sunny like joy, rainy like sadness, but you did rainy and joy, which, you know, some people love rainy days. Some people feel joyful with rainy days. So this could work out. I think I think something like this is safer just because it's more in line with what most people expect, where if you showcase joy and it's super sunny and there's rainbows and it's colorful and it's happy, then they're like, okay, you know, feels very in line with joy. And then if you're doing sadness, going heavily blue, you know, having the lightning, having sadness featured. But yeah, I wasn't really expecting to see many shots that were like joyful and rainy. So, you know, the blue duck plus the yellow one, and then the blue plus the yellow on the outfit, and then joy also having like blue and yellow. It's a very interesting approach. So I think there are safer options, you know, either to full send directly into joy or full send directly into sadness with either rain or sunshine. But voters might really appreciate the concept here. It's just, it's not as simple. And that's one of the issues is that you got to keep in mind, you're making snaps as well for a lot of the more simple voters. And more complex themes can be tricky sometimes. If you get the wrong voters, they won't even understand. instead of them piecing together that it's a joyful rainy day, they might be like, well, I don't understand because rain is supposed to be sadness, so why is it rain with joy? The challenge said, is your valley sunny like joy or rainy like sadness? But this is rainy with joy. I don't get it. Now, we can understand where you're going with this, and hopefully you'll get voters like us. But there are some voters out there. That's why I always try to keep the theme extremely simple, because it's just safer. You'd be surprised what some of the voters out there don't pick up on. If you spend any time in Facebook groups of people sharing their snaps and other people talking about whether or not it's on theme, they are wrong all the time. And we would get that. But like a lot of people, there are people out there that just have a hard time understanding nuance and expression. So, you know, that's why when I deliver on my themes, I tend to make them like crystal clear, super obvious. Again, I like the concept here. I really do. I just think it does come with a little bit of risk. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Hopefully you'll get voters that appreciate something like this. I would be careful with the river kit pieces, like not being sealed in a way. Even if you put little rocks here, like you can just grab rocks from the landscaping mode to like seal off the brown that we can see from the kit. This one you don't have to worry about because you sealed it off very well with the flowers. It looks like a nice little puddle. But this one I would try to seal a little bit better if possible. But yeah, very fun scene, you know, very interesting to do a joyful kind of rainy day. And it has good color diversity, good vibrancy with the tulips, you know, lots of great color down here. And I do like it with the new, I do think the new raincoat actually works better for joy than it does for sadness because it's more of a joyful color. And you're also close enough to activate the rainy house, which is what I mean. You know, if you're going to use this house, activate its feature. You know, like this thing actually pours water down. It's got a great animation, very strong for snaps like this, very strong for rainy days. Overall, you know, great house selection, great feature of the avatar, great companions, great villager shot. Theme is more, you know, it's more on the complex side of things. So hopefully you won't get voters that struggle to understand that. All right. And yeah, Pluto, or for anybody else tuning in, yeah, don't worry, we're still doing reviews on Mondays and Tuesdays. We're still going to be doing our regular scheduled events. The only reason I'm starting to do reviews on Friday is we're trying to put a little bit of a dent in them. The review streams have been getting so popular that last Monday I had to stream until midnight just to get through them all. So on Fridays, we're going to start going live, and we're going to do reviews for an hour or two before playing Pokopia, because I just want to make sure we put a little bit of intent in them and don't get stuck. All right, Black Knight is next. All right, so my only difference between the picks is the addition of Tigger. Wasn't sure if I should keep it just inside-out characters. No, you absolutely don't have to keep it inside-out characters. Very cool split shot here. Very nice. Yeah, you definitely don't have to stick to just inside-out characters if you don't want to. After all, you know, if you check out the description, it doesn't mention villagers, but they apply too. Because the challenge is kind of asking us to use everything at our disposal to make it emotionally thematic. So it says, bring big feels with outfits, decor, effects, and pets to make an emotionally thematic pick. And we see villagers featured here. You know, we see Mushu in the anger pick. And that's the only pick where we don't have an actual inside-out villager. So I think, you know, there are going to be a lot of people that go the anger route that use Hades because he's got an explosive temper. The same thing can be for, like, joyful scenes. You know, like, Tigger is a very joyful character. So bringing him into a joy scene, I think, makes it more emotionally thematic. So absolutely feel free to use villagers, especially if you're already using inside-out villagers. So you already have sadness and joy. So if you wanted to bring in even more, I think it could go over really well. Now let me open up your shots here. I don't think I opened the second one yet. Give me 1 minute here. Yeah, and this one. Yeah, Tigger's really fun. I would definitely go with Tigger. Now, I'm guessing you might not have the new rainy day house, because I think that would be really good here. Good job playing up the blue on the sadness side. You know, you have like the blue Eternity Isle bush. You have the blue glass flowers, blue hydrangeas. You have these blue bushes back here. Good lightning on the side. And then a good split scene. So a good divider. You know, your umbrella comes up to the top, cuts the scene right down the middle. And then I can see we have the brown path here. And then your thigh kind of comes in and cuts it out. And then it's green beside that. We go to the joy side. And we see a nice rainbow crest here. We see sparkles from fireworks. We see balloons. We see a very colorful, very vibrant house with the casita. And yeah, I do like the inclusion of Tigger. I think you would be very safe to use Tigger for this. So if you want to go with the Tigger one, I like that a lot. A memory dropped here, a yellow memory. We talked about this. You know, dropping memories in, very fun. It was one of my only recommendations for this one. I love this scene, but I would love to see it with a couple of blue memories present as well. Now, for your cloudy scene, one thing I will mention for your split, if you want to try this and submit for re-review, I do think mixing in some of the white clouds as well to texturize your clouds from the base can be a really good play. And they give special raindrops. Those little teardrop-shaped raindrops look really good. And my cloud scene goes back a lot further, so it's very different from what you have, of course. But if we look into the clouds I have here on the right-hand side, you'll see I've mixed together all three different types. Like, the white ones are kind of tucked in there, too. Now, I know yours don't go back as far. I could have just pulled up a picture. I didn't even need to come here. But the nice thing with the white ones, you'll see these... Hang on. You'll see these round raindrops as well, accompanying these, like, thin, long ones. And they look really good together. And it's also nice to get some texture on your clouds where you have, like, a little bit of the black, a little bit of the white, a little bit of the gray. It gives them a very natural feel. Which can be really fun. Now, I know your cloud wall or ceiling doesn't go back as far as this, so you don't necessarily have to, you know, do exactly what I'm doing here. But I do think for your photo, it would be a very fun idea to sprinkle in a little bit more, maybe one more lightning cloud towards the back, and then maybe mix a white cloud, like take this cloud, move it back one, put a white cloud there. That way you get some of the round raindrops coming in as well. And if you wanted to make this side feel darker, right? You see, the house you're using here is like super vibrant, colorful, and it almost feels sunny. So it doesn't feel like rainy right here. The rain and the clouds are working, but there's so much sunlight coming on this house. Now, luckily for you, your avatar is taking up a lot of space thanks to the umbrella. So one thing you could do is something I did originally in this photo, but I ended up taking it out because... I ended up not needing it because I put down the frosty ground and the crystals instead. But something you can do that's really cool for a split shot like this is you could add a wall behind you that would cast a shadow on that building. Sadly, these clouds, they don't make shadow. They totally should, but you'll notice when you take the cloud... Oh, it does. It does. You know, it wasn't... I feel like it wasn't yesterday. Okay, well, they are making a little bit of a shadow. Yeah. And maybe just stretching the clouds back further would help with that. But if you didn't want to stretch the clouds back further, let me go to walls here. You could potentially tuck a wall behind you, like a little further back, to cast a shadow into the scene. And your character should still block it, depending on where you place it. But that could be a good way to shade that house just a little bit so that your left side feels a bit more thematically rainy. So going back to the scene here. Yeah, I think trying to sprinkle in a little bit more of the diversity in the clouds and then finding a way. Actually, where's your sun coming from? Okay, it's here. Yeah, you might not be able to block that since it's close, because that wall would probably have to be way too close to you, because I'm tracing your shadow, and you would actually need something much bigger there to block this. You could do the rainy day house there, though. I feel like that could work really well, because it kind of has, the roof comes out, so it'll actually create its own little bit of shadow. But yeah, I think everything looks really good on this side. The blue silhouette in the back is very nice. The clouds look really good. The plants, the only thing that feels a bit bright and happy on this side is this house. So I do think finding a way to address that would make the photo even stronger. But as it is right now, I think this is a very, very likely photo for 4K, even if you don't make changes. I think the joy side is very strong. I think the sadness side delivers for the most part. You know, a bit more of a blue sad feel would be nice here. Like, we get some of the blue light peeking in here. And we get some good blue down here at the base. But just right here, and then with the brown path having sun hit it, some of it feels still pretty joyful. I think there will be some split shots out there where the sadness side feels, you know, very thematic with sadness. So I think that's the only thing I would work on with this to make it more competitive, is to likely try to build up on the sad side a little bit more. Joy side is perfect, though. I don't think you really need to do anything with this. The rainbow, the sparkles, the clear sky. One very cool thing you can do on the joy side, actually, is the sun motif. So if we're going to have rain and heavy weather on the sadness side, and we're going to have sunshine and rainbows on the joy side, you can actually add your own sun to the sky. And I think that could be really, really cool in this case. In that one, that example photo, it actually has a cloud behind the sun. But I think if you go into my photo gallery, I think I have an example without any clouds. Yeah, here we go. This is a great example. So on this side, completely cloudy, and then we have lightning bolts coming down. There's all the different types of raindrops. And then on the joy side, you know, we have a very, you know, bright sun here. And another thing I'm doing here that I do in a lot of my snaps is playing the villagers very close to the frame, because, you know, that just tends to go over quite well in a lot of scenes. If I end up going with a snap, I will likely add some lights behind the forest as well on this side. But yeah, consider the sun motif in your split scene. I think that could be really good for you. Just because now you'll have, you know, you'll show the sun here and the rain here. But yeah, good split scene. Like I said, I think this is 4K worthy as it is. Very well divided, which is one thing a lot of people struggle with. I think this will probably beat most snaps. Like I said, my only concern is, you know, there will be other very strong split scenes, and it might struggle against some of those if their sadness side is more thematic. But all you would really need to do for that is, I think, kind of plan and structure for the house here to make it feel a bit more like a rainy day, because with all that light coming through, you know, we get a very good rainy day feel at the front of the scene, but not as much in the back. Whereas the right side of your scene is perfect. There's not really anything you need to do over here. Maybe throwing the sun in up here. Maybe. But that would be it. Jingle bells. I wonder if this will be too far off the main sadness, rainy, or joy sunny voters liking it. Well, let's see. So it looks like you're going with kind of the anxiety feel. So you have the orange outfit to embrace anxiety, and you have some good orange colors. I think I think what might work if you're going with the, because I do think you're right that there could be a little bit of a risk here. I think people will appreciate seeing anxiety, but I do think if you're going for anxiety, I think you should kind of full send it to because there's going to be two major types of competitors this week. And that's going to be split scenes that show two emotions and showcase them very well, and then singular scenes that showcase one emotion and they make it very thematic. So if it's a shot for sadness, you know, this one has a blue filter over it with highlight boosted. So that's why it feels even more blue than normal. It's got blue flowers in the foreground, blue plants here, blue trees in the back. There's blue on the door here. There's two blue buildings in the back. There's blue chairs back here. There's the blue sadness pillow, blue carpet, sadness herself, blue outfit, blue hat. Lots of blue, right? Like, it's very, very thematic. And the same for an anger build. You're going to have, like, red buildings, red items, fire. You know, lots of red, yellow, and orange. You know, with the buildings, the background, the scenery, everything. So, in the case of... I love the idea of doing an anxiety build. I think your outfit is very good for it, and I think you've got some great decor here. But mixing it with, like, the lightning bolts here, the blue, you know, we're getting this extra blue in your scene. We're getting the raindrops. And there's, like, a lot of green as well. I think this will still do well against a lot of snaps, but I feel like it will likely struggle against snaps that are either very thematic, where everything we see dials in one emotion, or snaps that are very thematic, showing two emotions, where everything on each side really dives into that emotion. In yours, it feels like the emotions are kind of mixed together in the same scene. Like, we have some sadness elements here, and we have a lot of anxiety elements, and then we have joy. So the shot has thematic elements, but there's other thematic elements mixed in, which makes it, you know, again, simple is good. You got to keep in mind, a lot of people are not going to be reading too much into it. The more obvious you can make the theme, like the more clear, the more distinct, the better you're going to do with the average voter. The average selfie submitter doesn't put any thought into their own snaps. They're not going to put a lot of thought into voting for yours. And that's why snaps that very clearly showcase one emotion, or snaps that clearly divide. And that was kind of why I said this one's a little risky. It's very beautiful, but I think for some voters, there might be... I really like this idea. I like the idea of a joyful rainy day, and I think they delivered it well. But there's bound to be a few voters out there that they're going to be confused because the challenge said rainy like sadness, and they're going to see joy, and they're like, where's sadness? It's rainy. Why is it happy? But this is clearly a happy rainy day. But snaps that deliver more on the, you know, directly on the emotions they're representing. So, like, everything on the right here is joyful. Most of everything on the left here is sad, except for the bright and happy house. But I think in yours, you can, I think, compete with those snaps with an anxiety build. But I would be very careful mixing in a lot of the other elements, like the sadness. You can still use joy and sadness in your scene as well. Like, you could be anxiety. But if you do take that route, I would really play up orange. Like, I would go heavy into orange, and I would definitely use more of these items here. So... the sense of self lamp. This thing is so good for portraying anxiety, because it's the only emotion that it offers that changes the entire formation of the system itself. Like, look at the chaotic energy of that. Like, look at how mangled it is, how electric it is, like how much energy is behind that. So I think one thing you can do if you want to play up anxiety is definitely make use of more than one of these. And you don't have to keep showing the same base of it. Like, you could add items, like, in front of it. It could be whatever, just like something, you know, I wouldn't use this per se, but, you know, you could have an item in front of it that's, like, not showing it, but this could still be popping up behind things. just to make the picture feel more anxious. You know, really, really seek to capture what anxiety is. You know, it's that high energy sense of, you know, paranoia about things that haven't happened yet, that stress that comes along with it. Really embody that in your image, but make sure you embody that with oranges, like with the colors associated with that emotion from the Inside Out verse. So I wouldn't really use too many things like the new sycamore trees in that sense. I wouldn't play up like the rain clouds as much. Here's another great item you can use, right? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, the imagination generator. Another wonderful thing. You know, it's electric, it's energized, it's got the little lightning bolts. Like, this is another thing that's going to really build on that anxiety. I love the idea of seeing anxiety builds this week. I think they could do really well because so many people struggle with anxiety. It's a very common thing in today's world. And it's going to be a great way to deliver the Inside Out experience that relates to the second movie instead of just the first. And I also think that it has a high factor when it comes to beauty. Because, like, you know, even though these are chaotic, this is really beautiful. It's cooler looking than either one of these regular ones. So if you're going to go anxiety, I would play up the oranges more, and I would really double down on these projectors, and I would consider things like the imagination generator. I'm glad you're doing anxiety because I didn't really talk much about it. And I did mention on my stream that I, for one, am really hoping during voting to come across some anxiety builds because I think there are some really cool ways to go about this. So I'm really glad you're taking this route. But I think you could make this a real banger of a Dreamsnap if you do lean into anxiety and lean into more of the oranges. You can even have like a sunset in the background to hint at the weather. I know it's a weather challenge, Inside Out weather, but it doesn't have to be rainy. You know, you could just do sunny and joyful. So, and for anger builds, you know, weather still plays a role as well. The sunset time of day and the clear skies indicate, like, you know, hot is weather. Like a hot, you know, if it's going to be, if I'm like, what's the weather today? My device, I'm not going to say its name because I'll wake it up, is going to tell me, oh, it's sunny and 98 degrees. You know, like it's going to tell me the temperature as well because that is associated with the weather. So even hot snaps like this are going to be weather focused. So for anxiety, you know, it doesn't have to be rainy. You don't have to have the lightning. You could play up, you know, more of the red lightning or the orange lightning. So you could play up things like the imagination generators. You could play up more of these lamps here. And I would play up more oranges. So when it comes to building your scene, I think what could be really cool for an anxiety scene, for example, would be leaning heavily into orange trees. Also, you know, you could even do the spirit fires, right? Those have oh my God, the storyteller fires. Those have a really good kind of anxiety feel to them because they reach up into the sky and they have a little bit of like a chaotic energy to them. But for an anxiety snap, imagine things like these working together to make the photo extra orange, and then imagine having like orange lights in the background and just a lot of chaotic energy, because that's how the Inside Out movie kind of highlighted anxiety, was chaotic energy. And if you double down on that for your snap and you focus on building up these orange colors and these projectors, you could have a really, really cool snap. I'm actually kind of tempted myself to like explore this concept and make another scene because I might end up going with anxiety myself. And like I said, I think it could be really fun. Even things like the fall leaf rugs, these are usually used as magma, but they don't have to be. Like, these could also be kind of sprinkled around an anxiety scene just to give more of those orange notes. So there are so many different ways to deliver on this concept. So in closing, in no way do I think going outside of the joy and sadness idea is risky. I don't think it's risky at all. In fact, I think you could end up performing even better than expected by going with a different emotion, especially anxiety. Because you can still make a really cool looking snap that I think a lot of people are going to relate with. And there are some really fun ways to deliver with, deliver this anxious experience. D-Dot said, I think Senpai is going to get inspired to do an anxiety one. LOL, I knew it. Okay, listen. You don't have to read me like a book, okay? All right. I'm just saying it could be really cool. So yeah, I love where your head's at, Jen. I love where your head's at. I think what you should do is double down, triple down on anxiety. You got a fun outfit for it. I like the hair. But you do still have like a lot of white here from the house. This one has like some orange leaves. This house is great. If anything, what you can do with that house, let me go back here. We're going to spend a little bit of extra time on yours. So for that orange house you have, instead of having in the background where you see a lot of it's white, we could take that orange home with the orange flowers, the anxiety flowers. We'll call them anxiety flowers here. And we could play this much closer to the camera. We're going to set this here. We're going to bring this here. Let me see if I can get this set up properly. This is just a quick attempt. Yeah. Like you could have something like this on one side of your shot. Now you're going to have these vibrant orange blooms here. And then we can do something orange down here. We can play up the, jagged orange effects. And then you could include joy and sadness next to you, like they're trying to help calm you down, do some kind of storytelling there. But again, there's so many fun ways to play up an anxiety build. So I think it's so cool that you're doing one. But I think you could have even more success with your concept if you lean away from adding, more of the like rainy day lighting and go into like more chaotic anxiety type lighting. But yeah, using the house more like this, I would still definitely have something to block a lot of that green. And then, the spirit fires and the little anxiety things. There's so many fun things you can do here. But yeah, could be really cool. Could be really cool. Like your idea so far. But yeah, I would love to see you double down. I would love to see you double down and really take a deep dive into the emotion of anxiety and make your picture emotionally thematic to anxiety. Embrace the chaos. Very cool, Jen. Very cool so far. Lunaris. All right, Lunaris said, hi, Senpai. This theme has me a little stumped. I'm at a point with this where I feel like something is missing, but I don't know what. I really like my avatar and the atmosphere and the mood, but it feels empty. But maybe that's good. Let me know what you think. I might try another emotion this week just to see if I end up liking it better. Thank you so much. Well, okay, so there are a few things I think that can make this much stronger. So one thing we already discussed, Lunaris, is you're only using the in-game raindrops, like the ones you get from weather, right? You're using these. These raindrops are horrible compared to what you get from the clouds. And you have the clouds. You have the clouds in your game. But look at the difference here. Look at how much better you can see the rain. You don't have to use this many. But I can kind of show you what I mean here. So I think if you want to go with rain or a sadness build, I think that's a great concept. Now, I know you submitted this before my video came out. So hopefully hopefully since then you've watched my guide on this challenge, because I think that would have actually helped you quite a bit with where this photo is. So hopefully you're already aware of some of these things. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at your snap. Now, between these two, the rain is a lot more clear in this one. And all you would have to do to get the same effect is add some clouds. We don't even have to see the clouds. You can put them above your camera frame here. The clouds can be up above your shot, and they're still going to drop rain in. And the cool thing is there's two types of raindrops you can use. And they're both going to look so much better than this in-game rain. The in-game rain is very pale. It's very hard to see. And you have the clouds because they're in your background. So I highly recommend using these. But yeah, one is going to have these raindrops, right? Where you get these like little round or, teardrop shaped drops, which are, they look so much better than the built-in in-game rain. And you can always position your shot in a way to where, the cloud comes up to like the top of your shot. Look at that. We can't even see. We can't even see the cloud, but we're getting these great raindrops in our scene, right? And if you do more, you could double and triple down so they're thicker. And you have the clouds, right? You have them. There's a thundercloud here. There's one here. I love the placement of the thunderclouds. I would keep those kind of how you have them. And notice how, since you have the house and you're close enough to it, notice how we can see the raindrops from the house really well. But then when we go over here, we don't see any rain. There's this streak here and here. But notice how different this rain is. Like, it's very translucent. It's very hard to see. It's very hard to detect. It doesn't really feel much like a rainy day over here. Whereas over here, you have a great rainy day feel. And that's because these two rain animations are entirely different. But you can get the same quality of rain on this side if you add some of those clouds to the top of your scene here and just get some of the rain falling in. You can also add in some of the white clouds. And if you don't want the white to be in your shot, you can always just put the clouds above your frame so we don't see them, and then you'll get those little blue raindrops coming in, which are going to look way better. The other thing is the natural rain in this game looks it's trash. It's trash. It's one of the worst parts of the entire game. The rain in this game is so half-baked, it's ridiculous. Every single water drop looks the same. This is how every single droplet looks. And they're all just basically motifs. None of them change. And they're just these translucent pieces. Whereas if you look at the new house, it kind of shows you what raindrops could look like, which is, they could look a lot better. Because the new house actually does feature splashing. There's little splashing droplets when they hit the ground. The rain could do this, but no, instead, the way the rain works in the game is it makes these weird motifs pop up. So, I wouldn't really rely on the in-game rain at all, because the new clouds replace your need for it. It's going to look a lot better if you use the rain from those clouds. Your raindrops will actually have form and shape, kind of like they do on the house back here. And you can have the same effect on the left side if you added those. Now, the other thing to consider is remember what we've said about voters, the average voter. The average voter is like the average selfie submitter, right? So there are a lot of people out there that are just jumping into the voting to get their daily moonstones real quick. They're looking for or weekly, I should say. They're just looking for their 50 moonstones. And then they're going to be on about with their day, They're not likely going to skip a whole bunch. They're just going to pick whichever is better between two photos. And they vote fast. So typically what they're going to vote for is going to be whatever stands out, whatever pops to them. There are going to be a lot of scenes this week that are either split scenes or very strong sadness scenes. And what I mean by a very strong sadness scene would be what we see right here. So the first sadness scene we saw today, in my opinion, is still the best sadness scene we've seen today. I think it has the best chance at performing very well. But this is the kind of competition you're up against. And the reason I want to show these photos next to your photo on a small scale is to kind of put you in the mindset of a fast voter. These images are going to be popping up very quickly, and they're going to be, in large, gravitating towards the image that catches their attention first. So if a sadness snap like this is up against a sadness snap like that, which one do you think is going to immediately catch their attention more? It's going to be this one. And now this one is bright, it's vibrant, it's colorful, but it's still sad. It's still rainy. They're still doing exactly what the theme is asking of them. So just because you're doing a rainy day doesn't necessarily mean you want your picture to be bland. Remember, we say this every week. There are two key components to getting 4K consistently: theme and beauty in accordance with what the average voters like. And as we know, the average voters are drawn to vibrant and clear and crisp photos. And just because your photo is vibrant doesn't mean it's going to be joyful or suddenly happy. You know, this one it's so easy to see everything, but it's also still sad. We have loads of blue and a very good shot of sadness, and there's lots of rain pouring down. And the good rain, too, because we're so close to the house here. And we also have rain clouds in the back dumping more rain. But my concern with your snap as it is now is that it's not going to stand out very well in the voting phase. But it doesn't have to be that way. So one thing you can do is make the rain more clear. You can add some of the rain clouds here. The other thing you can do is play up blue a little bit more. So there's some different ways you can play up blue. The blue lightning is definitely good, and the blue light posts here are good. But you could be doing more blue trees. Again, the main concept of this theme is not just to showcase a rainy day or showcase a certain type of weather. It is to build an emotionally thematic pic. So your photo does have great elements of sadness. But the more emotionally thematic you can make it, the more competitive you're going to be. So when we look at a shot like this first one, what makes this so emotionally thematic is that pretty much every single item we see in the backdrop kind of speaks to the level of sadness. The blue glowing mushrooms adding these pockets of blue, the blue light deep in the backdrop, the blue trees, the blue bushes. There's like 3 different types of blue bushes here. We got these like little ones here. There's the Eternity Isle ones. There's blue flowers. There's blue berries. You know, the blueberries from Wish Blossom Ranch. Yeah, they've got the blueberries back here by these blue mushrooms. So they are intentionally decorating their entire environment, even the bushes, even the trees, even the path. It's all blue. They're really diving deep into the blue. And when voters see that, they're going to be like, wow. You know, like not only does this picture really pop and really stand out, but they really hit the sadness level, you know. Because in the Inside Out world, color is like the biggest player when it comes to these emotions. Like sadness is very blue. Joy is very yellow and green. Mostly yellow. And some blue. But there are, you know, anger, very red. So, and then all their memories are associated with those colors as well, right? So playing up those colors to a very high degree is going to be great. And even in a challenge like this, I still would not make a snap that's like extra dark. I think a snap like this can get 4K for sure. I would not be surprised if this got 4K. It wouldn't shock me. But we're not just talking about getting 4K. You know, we're talking about getting 4K very consistently. And I also wouldn't be surprised if a snap like this missed out on 4K. So I wouldn't be shocked by either scenario. If this got 4K, I wouldn't be like, how did that happen? And if it missed 4K, I'd be like, yeah, I can definitely see, what could have given this trouble. And in this case, what can give a snap like this trouble would, of course, be snaps that are a bit more emotionally thematic and are still very vibrant, very clear, very crisp. They're not very dark. It doesn't need to be dark to be sad. You can still play up a lot of color and a lot of light. And voters love that. And that's the main, my main concern here. If this pops up against the right things, I think it can definitely get 4K. But there are certainly some snaps out there that I think would get chosen over this very quickly. And that's why I try to always design my snaps in a way to be competitive against those snaps. Because I know the average voter wants a vivid photo. They want something to pop. They want something to catch their eye the moment it pops up. This will definitely get votes, depending on what it pops up against. But I would definitely aim to make it more competitive against photos like this and photos like this. Because I think these types of photos are going to give you a run for your money if you come up against them. And that's why I wouldn't be too shocked if this didn't get 4K. But as long as you don't pop up against photos like that, I can definitely see this doing well. Because it does fit the theme very well. And, you do have plenty of blue with the lighting. But it's kind of like I was telling Dreamer. I wouldn't rely too heavily just on the lighting. I would find ways to get very creative with how much you're playing up the blue in a sadness environment. So this one so far is the one that's done it the best from what I've seen. The way they've styled the avatar, the extra blue on the lips, the eyes, the eyeshadow, the hairstyle, the outfit, the house right here, the plants, the pathway, even the environment with the Forgotten Lands to give the grass more of a dark purple, the blueberries in the back, and the blue inside-out memory items. This is another reason why I tell a lot of people that get reviews that it's really worth. A lot of people love to put their snaps in first thing Wednesday, first thing Thursday, so they can get a review earlier in the week. But I think it's more worth it to wait until Thursday, because you're going to hear my points on items that are going to do really well in this challenge. And in this case, with this being an inside-out challenge, inside-out items like this are going to be huge. Not only do they resonate very well with the theme, they also have a high beauty factor. And this is going to resonate with almost every emotion we have access to here. And again, if we go back to the strong option here, if we take a close look in the background, you're going to notice something. We see these memory items that are inside-out themed playing a role in the backdrop. So one thing I would consider, Lunaris, is you said this theme has me a little stumped. If that's the case, if you're a little stumped on the theme, don't rush out a snap and put it in for review. If you're feeling stumped at all, wait until Thursday, check out the guide, and then make your snap, because then you're going to have a better idea of what items to use and different ways to approach the theme. And then if you submit your review, we can focus on building upon that snap that's going to resonate very well with the theme, making it even, I think, a higher likelihood of 4K from there. But yeah, definitely not a bad photo at all. But I definitely think you should play up some of the inside-out elements more instead of just relying on, because it's not a weather challenge, it's an inside-out weather challenge. So really working hard to combine both of those elements and really diving deep into what the challenge said about using pets and decor and effects to make it emotionally thematic. Those two things together, I think, are going to make you more competitive in this challenge. Again, this could definitely get 4K, though. It's not a bad photo by any means. So keep that in mind. This is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. I wouldn't be surprised if it got 4K. But on a competitive level, I think it would really struggle against a snap like this. Autumn is next. Hello, thank you for taking the time for the review. This is my submission. What can I do to make this better? Okay. So, we talked about this earlier. This kind of reminds me of Decai's, where it looks like a happy snap, but there's also, like, we have joy here. Now, just like Decai's, you have the tulips at the bottom, you have joy, you have a rainbow, and then you have rain clouds. So it's kind of like a joyful rainy day. As far as what you can do to make this better, first off, you never want to use the same items too abundantly. So, just like Decai here, it's totally okay to have the tulips in your foreground. But notice how in this image, they broke apart those tulips with these blue and purple bushes. They put ponds here. They put the new symbol frogs. So they didn't just use the tulips for, like, most of the foreground. They included some other items. They had some item diversity. Now, in yours, pretty much the entire foreground, all the way back to the house here, is just the same items. It's the tulip beds over and over and over. So, to a lot of voters, that's going to come off as low effort. So, I would be very careful there. Also, I'm not sure why we're putting the tulip beds on top of brick, because this is a brick path. And then you have the tulip beds just right on top of the brick path. Like, these would make a bit more sense in the grass. And when it comes to putting items close in your scene, like houses and buildings, that can be a really good play if those houses and buildings somehow play directly into the theme. And this one doesn't really have anything to do with what you're trying to spell out. Now, the pet shop, it can work well because it's a blue building, so it's going to play better with the blue and sadness vibe. But you've completely buried it. Like, we can't see it at all. And then on this one, we have just another colorful building. So, also, it's very hard to really see any rain here. You got, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiny raindrops here. If you were to mix in some of the other clouds and put some more clouds outside, ask yourself, when you look at this photo, does it look like a rainy day? I don't really see it. I don't really see, I barely see any raindrops, and I see a lot of sunlight, which sunlight is fine, but if you were to add some more clouds here and get some more rain coming in, it would feel a bit more consistent. And then again, the other thing here is, let's look at what the challenge said. Let's read, what the first sentence says here. Is your valley sunny like joy, rainy like sadness, or green like envy? So it's setting the bar for people's expectations. These demonstration photos are doing the same. Notice how in the picture that's using joy, it's a sunny beach day with a lot of green and yellow. And then the photo that's using sadness is a rainy day with loads of blue. The photo that is going in the anger direction is a sunset image with loads of red and fire. So, I personally don't think going with a rainy day is the best with joy. Unless you make it very clear that it's and even then it's still risky, but like I think Decai did this a bit better. So Decai is going for more of a joyful rainy day, which is very different from what the challenge examples said. So I do think there's a chance even this could throw some voters off. I think for rainy day scenes, it's a lot safer to go with a sadness build. So if you're going to play around with the rain, I think, going in the direction of really embracing sadness and making it emotionally thematic, this is going to resonate very well. Because again, this is not just a weather challenge, it's an inside out weather challenge. And if you've seen Inside Out, you know each emotion correlates to a specific type of color. And we're also tying that into weather this time. So if we're going to go with rain, that's going to work better with sadness. It's just going to work better for the most part. And then if we are going with sadness and rain, that's going to work very, very good with blue colors. And we see the same exact thing in the demonstration photo. Now, if you want to do joy and rain, I think it would be a good idea to do a split shot, right? So if we look at this example here, you could totally do joy and rain, and you can totally do the outfit you're wearing too. Why not just set it up to where we have rain on one side and sunshine on the other? Then you can use both characters too. You can use sadness on one side and joy on one, and you can highlight very well the different environments. You know, we can highlight the rainy environment, we can highlight the sunny environment. And that would work really well with the outfit you've chosen too. But as far as what you can do better here, I think we could communicate the theme better, for one. Again, it's very, very color-based, but also weather-based. So when we look at the example photos, we see that the sunny day pic here with Joy, they're using a lot of Joy's colors. You know, they're not using purple and red like tulips everywhere. Yes, there are yellow tulips there, but the red and purple don't tie into Joy quite as well. And then we have a red scene and a blue scene. So yellow, red, blue. Joy, anger, sadness, right? Or green like envy. So we're talking about creating a weather scene and using everything at our disposal to make it emotionally thematic. So your scene is pretty here, you know, like I like the rainbow. It's pretty flowers, but I would vote for this over it. I would likely vote for most of these over what you have right now. Because the other photos we've seen so far have been a bit more clear in delivering a dedicated experience for a particular emotion. Even this one that's kind of similar to yours, it kind of spells out the joyful rainy day. This is still risky. And I would still, you know, I don't know. It depends on what it's up against as far as whether, you know, how much I would lean into something like this. I'm far more likely this week to vote for photos like this that are extremely emotionally thematic, playing directly into the character that has been chosen for that. So I'm more inclined to go for joy builds that really highlight what the challenge said, which was sunny like Joy, not rainy like Joy. I'm just the kind of player and voter that takes the theme very direct. You don't have to, though. At the end of the day, if your picture is better than the one it pops up against, it's still likely to get votes. But what makes this one a little stronger than the one you have is it's a little bit more clear in their photo that it's a joyful rainy day. Because Joy is jumping for joy, the goose is happy, the player is happy, and they've got happy colors on the outfit. So there's a lot of happy vibes here despite the rain. In yours, you know, Joy's just kind of here. We have rainy weather, but there's not really any happiness in the photo. It's just happy colors. Like, you're not really spelling out the joyful rainy day like Dakai was. Like, this one spells out what they're going for a bit better. And like I said, even this is risky. The safer bet this week is to lean into what the challenge said. Is your valley rainy like sadness or sunny like joy? So if you want to play around with the rainy day build, I would lean into sadness for that, and I would use lots of blues. Now, if you're more of the person that has fun using bright colors and, you know, sunlight and all that. Just full send on joy. You don't have to make it rain. It doesn't have to be rainy. If you want to go in the joy direction, just make a scene like this. You don't have to use any of this. You could just do this. You could just go, you know, beautiful, sunny, flowers everywhere, include joy. And then also, to make the joy side of things very obvious, you know, you could use these inside-out monitors here, or these little, you know, projectors that show the emotion. You could use happy memories, and then yellow items. Keep in mind, there's a color associated to each emotion. Joy is yellow. So the yellow Tangle Lanterns, yellow pixie dust, this yellow emotion thing, and even yellow spirit fire. Rainbows have a good bit of yellow in them. Yellow flowers. So if you want to go with like the tulips and the bright colors, then I would just do a joy build. That's a very, you know, I feel like easy thing to do. And sunny is still weather. You know, a sunny day, the challenge even says that. It says, is your valley sunny like joy? Now, this outfit you're wearing, this one does work really good for both joy and sadness because it's got yellow and blue. I think that's why they have it in the shop this week. So what you could do if you want to use this outfit and this colorful umbrella is you could just do a split scene. It's not too difficult to do a split scene. It just takes, you know, it's a little trial and error. But essentially you could do a scene like we have here where you can have a rainy day on one side and a sunny day on the other. So if you want to use the outfit and the umbrella and stuff, you could. And then don't forget about emotions as well. Like memories. This memory of Mufasa dying is on the rainy side because it's sad. And there's tissue boxes on the rainy side because it's sad. And there's other storybooks that are open. And that's what's driving that emotion. On the right-hand side, we have a romantic emotion with Flynn and Rapunzel. And there's rainbows and pink blossom trees and pixie dust. Everything happy, right? We're playing up a happy emotion and happy vibes. So that would actually work really good with the outfit you have because it has a bit of both. But the outfit you're wearing could also work very well for a straight-up sadness build. Like, this could work really well if they played up the rain better and really, you know, dove into the sadness feel. If you haven't seen my guide for this week's challenge, I highly recommend checking it out as I dive much deeper into these topics. But yeah, I would say the safer direction for you would be to, you know, choose the weather that fits the emotion you're going for. Is it rainy like sadness or is it sunny like joy? Not is it rainy like joy. You could do rain and joy, but you're going to need to work extra hard, kind of like Dakai did, to really sell the idea that that's what you're going for. It needs to be very clear and very direct. Scylla is next. Oh, we got an anger build. Okay, very cool. Hey, somebody, thank you for the reviews. Hopefully this is more to my usual submission than the empty crap I submitted last week. Thank you for the review. I went with Joy for the Big Feels Challenge last year, so I figured I would go with Anger for this one. That's funny. I went with Anger last time, so I'm probably going to go either Joy or Sadness this time. Looking really good. Looking really good. Lots of good anger elements here. 2 very good villagers to highlight, and a lot of the things I discussed in the video, like really good buildings to use. I like the red trees, too. I didn't have those in mind, so that was a really good idea for you to use these red trees. Very clever, very clever. Good use of the volcanic rock, the magma rocks, the leaf rugs. I like the extra flames in the back. Now, you do have a pretty heavy vignette on your photo. And I would try to do something in the foreground. Like, I actually had some of these red orbs in my foreground because they do look really good there. I think the outfit can work well here. And the other thing I would recommend is, to a degree, try to hide your pyro boxes, like how we can see the front of this one. You can take this red orb and drop it right in front of it. You know, even if you had to remove this, it would be worth it just to kind of cover that effect a little bit. You got good embers popping up here. You know, ultimately how anger builds do, I think they can do really well. The difficulty with an anger build this week and most weeks is like, you know, I wish we had anger as a villager. Now, I did anger before, and I got 4K on that, so it worked out. And I know anger builds can do well. Though for, you know, the sake of having the inside-out feel, being able to include joy and sadness is a good strength. And sadly, with anger builds, you know, you could still include them. Matter of fact, when I did my anger build, I set it up a certain way so I could use joy. I'm not saying you have to do this, but in the anger submission I did for Big Feels, I built a command station, like in Riley's brain, and I had joy right next to me, just looking hella chaotic. And we dropped some extra memory orbs. And we have all the fire exploding behind me. And like the golden circles here, you know, very, very fiery. But I was able to give it a very good inside-out feel by including like Bing Bong and Joy. So even when you go in the anger direction. Now you do have these red memory orbs, which is great. One thing I didn't have time to do in mine, my example for this, was use the fairy bubbles from Storybook Veil and make some of those red orbs float. So I think if you did that, you can make this even more inside-out-esque. But another thing I didn't do in my example photo, but I did mention, because, you know, when you are using my videos as a reference point, you don't just want to recreate in a way the scene I'm making. You want to take into account everything I mentioned in the video. I don't have time to do all the different things I mentioned because I'm trying to make 3 scenes, not just 1 or 2. But, you know, you're using a lot of the things I used in that scene, but you kind of skipped over some of the recommendations I had. So when I was talking about great items to use, I mentioned these because you want your build to feel inside out in a way. So if I was actually going to submit that fiery build, I would have had these in it. And I would have had some of the red memory orbs floating as well, not just placed on the ground. But again, you know, if I'm making 3 different submissions, I'm not going to be able to make them perfect. I'm just making them to give you an idea. You still need to take the other concepts I'm talking about in the video and try to incorporate those as well. So what I think you should do from here is try to give it a little bit more of an inside-out feel. You know, you can even have the item I'm showing here. This could be great in your foreground. Like if you're looking for something to fill out the bottom left or bottom right, you could bring this in just to showcase the emotion of anger directly from inside out. And again, also using fairy bubbles to kind of float some of the red memories in here as well. Great villagers to highlight. You know, this dress is very fun with this hair. The Fire Raven is a very good companion to use, and the challenge did say to utilize pets and stuff. So, very good calls here. I would try to minimize, like, this white. If you turn this building another way, you can hide that white portion. Focus on the red brick. That's why we were using this in the videos, for the red brick. And also, something I mentioned in the video, if you're using the pizzeria, that pinkish purple window that's just to the left here, we can't see it, and it looks really good in this build because it adds more to that red effect. So I would try to get that window showing there as well. So going back here, if we go into our collection, go to our photo gallery, you'll see what I mean with the building. You can show more of the building, and this red light coming from this window plays very well into the redness nature of the theme. But yeah, I would try to tie in more of an inside-out feel if you can. Again, I didn't have time to do that for this one, but if I were to submit this, I would definitely be going back and adding some of the other items I talked about. Because at its core, it's still an inside-out challenge, and we want to make sure we deliver on that inside-out feel as well as we can. So if you're not going to be able to use inside-out villagers, make sure you're considering inside-out items. Or you could always cosplay an inside-out, character yourself. Like, you could always go with you can make yourself anger. There's a lot of different ways to go about it. But at the end of the day, whatever you end up choosing emotion-wise, if you want to make it more competitive, you just want to try to make sure it has an inside-out feel to it. You want people to be able to know that it's an inside-out challenge to a degree. Looking good so far, though. Looking very good. You got a lot of good detail in the scene. A lot of good effects. Just consider the other stuff that was in that video. Pluto the... Is it Queen? No, Pluto the Ween. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, so it looks like you're going with an anger build. The biggest issue with this one, Pluto, is lighting. And weather, So this is inside-out weather, right? So we want to play up weather. If you check out my Thursday video about this challenge, like, this is a good example of how to get the lighting I'm talking about. But if we look at the example scenes for this week, if we come over here and we go to collections and we go to our gallery, we go to our examples. Notice how there's a certain type of weather in each shot. This is midday sunny weather at the beach. This is sunset lighting. Warm, high saturation, sunny day lighting coming in here to make the reds and yellows more bold. And this one doesn't have as much lighting because it's a rainy day. So if you're going to go with an anger build, keep in mind this is not just about emotion. It's also about weather. But you're not really showing any sunny day lighting coming into the scene. You're not showing any fog. You're not showing any rain. You're not really showing much weather at all. And you don't have lighting coming into your scene. So when it comes to performing well with the average voter, there are two major components you always need to consider. And that would be theme and beauty. Now, beauty, of course, is in the eye of the beholder, right? Beauty may be different for everybody. But what's not quite different for everybody is where beauty starts in photography, where it all starts, and that would be lighting. That's why professional photographers, like let's say a wedding photographer, when they schedule you for your photo shoot for your wedding photos, they're likely going to want to meet you right before sunset because they're going to want to use the golden hour time of day. They're going to want to use the sunset lighting to light the scene. Or they're going to bring light boxes to cast light into the scene. So when it comes to beauty in photography, lighting is key. I want you to look at kind of the difference here. If these two photos, I know this is different themes, so don't worry. But the point still kind of stands here. If these two photos pop up against each other, which one is more likely to draw the voters' attention? Which one is going to catch them right away? The one that we can't really see, or the one where everything is well lit? And to make it a bit more balanced, I'll use an inside-out photo as an example. Which one of these two photos is going to immediately capture the attention of the voter? Because that's usually the one that gets the vote. That's why when you look at snap results, and the reason I know this is because I've been reviewing snap results every challenge since the inception of Dreamsnaps. So every week on my Facebook, I get hundreds of replies on my post of people sharing what their snap was and what rank it got. And over the years, it's become incredibly obvious what's happening with Dreamsnaps. The average voter almost always gravitates towards the photo with better lighting and more vibrant colors. That is, sure, there are outliers. There's going to be photos that get 4K that are darker, that don't have good lighting, but that's not what's happening on average. Any photo can get 4K. Any photo can land in the top 5 as long as they do the theme, right? So there's always going to be exceptions to that. But on average, that's what's happening. So it's much safer when you make your Dreamsnap to have adequate lighting, to have a well-lit, highly visible photo, because people are going to choose fast, and it's going to usually be the one that captures their attention more. So there are definitely some things I would consider here with your option. First things first, when you are building your Dreamsnap, before you place a single item, before you start to decorate at all, the first thing you're going to want to do is go to your sunset time of day. So in this case right now, here we go, sunset. And you're going to want to position yourself where the sun is in front of you here, and it's facing you. So we want the sun behind the camera. This is how you get the best lighting in the game. So there's the sun right there. And here's my character. So we're going to build our scene in this direction. And that's why the example photo I made over here is built exactly where it is. Because now we get amazing lighting throughout the entire image. Lighting is the one thing you need to master first in Dreamsnaps. This is your top priority. If you're trying to get 4K consistently, if you're trying to perform well consistently, start with lighting. Now, the nice thing about building your scene at sunset is you don't have to use sunset. If the sun is facing your build, it is still going to face your build at midday. So if I roll it back, boom, the sun is still there. But if I build in other places, the sun actually moves around quite a bit. So let's say I come here in the morning and I build over there. Well, if I try to use sunset lighting later, it's not going to work because the sun's going to be setting in a completely different place. That's why if you build your scene in accordance to where the sun sets, you're actually going to be able to choose either midday lighting or the optimal sunset lighting. You get both options. That's why you want to build your snap that way. You can choose between the two good options here. Now, nighttime is a bit different, but if you build your scene at night, lighting is and vibrancy is still just as important. So for nighttime, it's a bit different, though. We're not going to be able to use the sun here. So what you're going to do is you're going to use character lighting to make your avatar more visible. And you're going to use highlight to make your scene more visible. Now, highlight's also going to boost the lighting on your character. So as you increase highlight, you can turn that down. And then to get more color in your scene, you can use things like saturation to brighten the scene up. But there's a lot of things you can do to control the way your image looks. But if you look through my snaps here, you'll see that pretty much all of them, like, they're following this motto. And all of these snaps I'm showing you consistently get 4K. So they all have the light, you know, look at the shadow of the avatar. It's always going back. It's going back, going back. So everything is very well lit. This is where it all starts for Dreamsnaps. If you want to make a beautiful photo that's going to capture the attention of your voters, that's going to outperform your competition, it starts with lighting. Now, indoor is a bit different. Nighttime is a bit different, you know, but that's not what you're doing for your snaps, so we're not going to focus on that right now. But yeah, lighting is key. Lighting is key. And the biggest thing holding back your photo here is you have no lighting. There's no light hitting these trees. There's no light hitting this house. There's no light on your avatar. There's no light on your plants. So that's where you need to start. Looks like you're in the Forgotten Lands. So you could go to the Forgotten Lands floating island, but I think you should rebuild your scene to where, or you can try to change time of day, but if you want to use the sunset time of day, let's go to the valley, let's go to Forgotten Lands. But yeah, this is the most important thing you need to consider for pretty much all your snaps, you know? Even a rainy day snap, the position of the sun's going to matter. And I think a great thing to do here would be to compare your snap to snaps that do have the good lighting, that are doing the same vibe. So we have other anger submissions here. You're our third one. So there's this one, and this one, right? So if we look at yours, this first one we saw, and this one here, out of these three options, yours is the least visible and the least eye-catching. And the reason I like to make these so small is because a majority of voters do not enlarge the photos. They're not going to expand your photo and try to take it all in. Most voters submit random selfies. They submit quest photos. They don't put a lot of time or effort into their own snaps. So why would they put a bunch of time and effort into ours? They're going to see two photos pop up, and they're going to vote for the one that catches their eye that they like more. Now, if these two are against each other, that's a different story. They both pop evenly. The voter's going to have to really think about it. But if either one of these pop up against yours, we can hardly see any detail. It's, not much is visible. Whereas with your competitor, everything is very clear. Now, what you're doing well is you're playing your avatar close to the frame, and you're showcasing that emotion very good. This is a great showcase of anger. But that's not going to carry you far if we can't see your shot, if we can't see your scene. It's not going to get you too far. So before worrying about pushing up the avatar or getting the camera closer, lighting is where you need to put your focus. And, I would personally recommend rebuilding your scene here. The other thing is the challenge stated, and here's sunset time of day in the Forgotten Lands. So if you want to take your picture here, look at my shadow. We want our shadow going back, right? Now, it's okay for the shadow to go back and left or maybe back and right, but, realistically, you'll get the best lighting facing the sun. So we can build our scene around here. Maybe we don't want this Forgotten Lands tree in there, so we can either use the floating island or we can just build our scene right here. So now we can, feature items, whatever we're going to use, and we got great lighting hitting the avatar. We'll have great lighting hitting whatever's in the environment. So what I would recommend doing for your scene here is rebuild it and submit for a re-review with the light actually hitting your environment. So we can actually see the colors that you're playing up here. We can actually see the details. We can see the scene. The other thing is, I don't really understand, here we have a lava mountain, we have a magma rock, we have a lava split here, you're in a lava outfit, and then the same purple grass, but then all of a sudden it's mushrooms and a flower and a mushroom house. I don't know if you're trying to go for a split scene, maybe. But the reason this is not a successful split scene is you're not supposed to have the same background on both sides. The fact that you have the purple grass here and you have the purple grass here, you're not dividing the scene. You would need a completely different texture on this side. And you're not dividing it here either. So we see the red fading into the green plants. So if you're trying to do an anger and joy split scene, that's not quite the best way to do a split scene. If I were you, I think it would be better just to full dive into an anger build. But if you're trying to go for a split scene, I covered this in my Thursday video as well. There are certain ways to go about it. So, number one, you need a clear divider between the two concepts, right? You need something that splits the left from the right. Notice how in this photo, the avatar splits the entire scene down the middle. And then if we look at the left side of the avatar, it's cloudy and rainy. And when we look at the right, it's bright and sunny. Completely different. In yours, we can see over the avatar, and we can see that you just placed one tree and then another. So the illusion for a split scene is not there because you didn't split your scene. The other thing is if we look at the ground on the left side of the avatar is blue because it's a sadness build. And if we go to the right, it's green with sandstone. Two completely different environments. So for a split scene, this doesn't work. Notice how your avatar is supposed to be kind of splitting the scene, but if we look at both sides, we have the same grass here that we have here. It's the exact same. You can fix that by using pathing, different pavings, carpets, like anything to change the texture of the other side. But if you're not accustomed to split scenes, that's something you should kind of experiment with, I think, before diving into and submitting. You have great items to do an anger build. I think you would have better luck just full sending on anger. And before you start trying to do complicated concepts like a split scene, you should probably master lighting first. Start with more of the basics. And I'm not saying that to be mean or rude. I just think that's the best place to go. Like before I started doing split scenes and pushing the camera closer and getting more technical, the very first thing I worked to master in Dreamsnaps was lighting. That's where it all started. So if you're not where you need to be with lighting, I don't think it's a good idea to try to dive into more complex builds like split scenes. It's going to be very hard to do good with that. So, and you know, I'm just trying to be honest here. And the items you're using to kind of showcase your joy build aren't really the best either. You know, it's about color, right? So there's the yellow tingled lanterns. You know, there's a lot of different yellow things you could be using to showcase more of a joy build. And again, for joy, if you want the right side to be joyful, it needs to be sunny. The challenge says, is your valley rainy like sadness or sunny like joy? So if you're going to do joy on one side, maybe use a blue sky, the sun motif, rainbows, you know, these inside out items. There's all kinds of great things you could be using. But again, before getting into all that, you definitely want to start with lighting. That's the big key to you. You will start performing much better in Dreamsnaps if you master using the sun as a light source to light your scene. You will notice a big improvement in your overall rank. And you'll also see that most of the people I review for that have been coming to these reviews for a while, they have gotten very good at lighting their scenes. And because of that, most of them consistently perform well. They might occasionally miss out on 4K, but they're always in the top 20% of all Dreamsnaps. And that's because they're executing the theme well, and they've mastered lighting. So that's where we should start. What I would like to see you do for a re-review for Tuesday is consider restructuring your approach. Don't try to do a split scene. I think you should either choose to do an anger build or a joy build. Again, split scenes are a lot more technical, and I think we should start. Let's learn to walk before we run, so to say. I think you should start by highlighting either an anger build, or you can start with a joy build. Joy builds are going to be very easy this week, and doing a joy build would help you learn how to play up sunlight very well. So if you want to do a joy build, all you would need to do is go to like your meadow floating island or your meadow and play up, you know, like I said, go to the sunset time of day, which is 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Find the sun, and then build your scene with the sun pointed into your scene. And then you would use flowers, rainbows, yellow items, gold items, floating lanterns, whatever you want to make it as joyful as possible. Now, if you don't want to do that and you're really committed to doing an anger build, that's fine. You can do what you're doing now, but you're going to need to master the lighting. So you're still going to want that light to come in. You're probably going to want to come to a spot like this in the Forgotten Lands. And, you know, you did a great job pushing the camera up. You did a great job with the avatar design. Keep those the same, but double down on the feeling of anger. You know, red trees, red plants, red lights, you know, the magma, the fire, and then consider fiery pets, you know, red pets, angry villagers. If you can get Donald throwing a temper tantrum, that would be awesome. If you have Hades, that would be awesome. But finding ways to really play up the anger side. But yeah, you have two good options this week. You could do either, I would do one of these. I would either do anger or I would do joy. But I wouldn't really attempt a split scene yet because I think we're going to need to work with you a little bit more on that before you know, I would say there's other things we need to help you master first. Once we can get you where you're really comfortable with lighting, then I think we can start diving into more complex things like split scenes. Because you're going to be up against a lot of other really good split scenes like this. You know, like this is your competition for split scenes. You see how this side of the ground is totally different than this side? And you see how their umbrella comes all the way up to the top to perfectly divide the scene? It's tricky. You know, it takes a lot of trial and error. But I would definitely work on lighting first. So it's a fun concept that you have here, but it's going to be very hard to execute until you're more comfortable with building out split scenes. You have great items to use for an anger build, and you have good items to use for a joy build, so I would choose one or the other and focus on lighting and constructing the scene and really getting those emotionally thematic vibes built up in that environment. K-Bear is next. Hey, thanks for taking the time to look at my snap. I did mine based on fear. How can I improve? Oh, our first fear build. Okay. Very cool. Yo, Ashley! Let's go!
I interrupt this regularly scheduled program to bring you this. A rofl train goes
incredible beatboxing. Ashley, thank you so much for the dono. That is so kind of you. We just hit goal number 164? Question mark? Is that right? I think we did. Thank you, Ash. Thank you so much. Y'all drop some love in the chat for Ashley. Another daily goal. Absolutely crushed. Thank you, my friend. And yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, you know, if you get good value out of the Snap reviews, consider supporting the content. You know, you can do so by typing exclamation tip, exclamation donate. You can send bits, you can send super chats. We already hit the goal though, so, you know, absolutely no pressure, guys. You can also save it for another day. So, thank you for the love. All right. And y'all drop some love in the chat for Ashley, absolute queen. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. So, K-Bear is doing a fear-based theme. So, how can I improve? Well, K-Bear, we're going to start with the most important things about Dreamsnaps. How to get votes. Because tags don't matter anymore when it comes to how you perform. The one thing that matters in Dreamsnaps is getting votes. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter how different you are. It doesn't matter how cool your concept is. If your photo is not appealing. And that kind of ties into what we were just talking about with lighting. Now, of course, you're going for fear, so it's okay to be darker, but that doesn't mean your photo needs to be dull or hard to see. Right now, what's going to hold you back with a photo like this is that you got to keep in mind there are a lot of people in this competition that are going to be playing up very vivid scenes. And you also got to keep in mind the average voter doesn't care who's more different. They don't care whose snap is more unique. It's going to come down to which one is visually appealing. So if we look at these two snaps next to each other, we have a fear build and a sadness build. There's bound to be a lot of sadness builds. But it would be very difficult for your theme build to stand up to a build like this. Because, you know, a lot of people vote fast. They vote on small screens. And they're going to gravitate towards the photo that catches their eye first. With the way you've designed this one, it's going to be very hard for it to catch the eye. Now, that doesn't mean you need to do exactly what this player did. You can do this with a fear-based build, but we're going to have to work on how you're portraying your shot and how you're building your shot. So, the dark forest vibe. Yes, I get that. It's going to work good for fear. You have great items here. You have a good mind for what you're doing, like the Venus flytraps. That's great. Mike Wazowski here, the lightning, the green flame, the dark forest. It works very good for fear, but also it's very hard to see. And a lot of voters aren't going to take the time to really look at it that much. They're going to go with what they can see easily. So how do we do a fear-based build to where things are a bit more visible? You know, that's the question. So let's go to a somewhat recent snap. We're going to look at Dark Cottagecore Dreams. So this was a dark forest kind of build. But notice how visually it still has lots of bright elements. Like, we have boosted character lighting on the avatar. We have a light hanging down, casting light onto our owl. We're using green street lights in the back to cast a silhouette among the forest. We're using glowing elements like mushrooms, luminescent flowers, green orbs, wells of souls, and Vitalis lanterns, RIP, glowing moss. We're using all these things to make the photo more visible, more appealing. And finally, you got, you know, the creepy glowing eyes in the forest, which would work really well for your build. I don't know if you have this hyena den from Lion King, but this would be really awesome for a fear build. So what you can do with your photo here, what you should do, you're going to want to boost character lighting to make your character more visible. And you also want to try to avoid your avatar being small in your photo. Since a lot of people vote fast, when we can see the avatar better, and we can see their expressive nature better, the angle you're trying to communicate will be stronger. And that's why a lot of the snaps we review, you're going to see everybody is pretty close to their avatar. This is the meta. This is the strategy that you see nowadays in a lot of snaps. In fact, if we hop over to the current public top 3, notice how large the avatar is in this scene. Even though there's a table in front of them, notice how their head comes up almost to the top of the frame. And notice how large their companion is in the scene. They're both taking up a fair amount of space. They're very, very visible. Also, note the lighting. Look at how clear and crisp everything is to see. Even though this is a darker wood home, they've got a lot of light casting inside the home to elevate the beauty of the photo. And a fearful photo can be beautiful as well. Notice how large the avatar is here. They've got the camera pretty close to R2 and the avatar. There's not a lot of depth or dimension here, but they featured very well what they're going for. And this one, you can't even see the feet of the avatar. They're so close. And they featured the avatar very prominently. So that's the meta. People tend to make the avatar a little bit larger in their scenes, right? And that's because a lot, and you'll see this in mine too. Like, look at how well featured the avatar is in all of these shots. This is now in this one, you know, he's further back, but that's because this one was about the puppers. So there are exceptions to that rule. So when it comes to dream snaps, there's no avatar at all in this one. This has been the meta for a while. And the big reason why this works is because, again, a lot of people vote fast. A lot of people vote on small screens. So you want your photo to be very easy to see. You want the details to be clearly visible. And you want the subject of your photo to be very well featured, very prominently featured. Because that's what your opponents will be doing. Dream Snaps is getting more competitive. And if you don't take these competitive approaches, it's a lot harder to perform well consistently. So as far as what you can do better, I love the concept here of a fear snap. I think you designed the avatar really well with the purple skin and going with like the scream looking at Mike. But what if we played that a little bit closer to the camera? What if we took these large items away from the foreground so we can see into the photo a little bit better? And what if we added a green silhouette amongst the trees in the backdrop? So real quick, I'm gonna throw together a speed build right now. Ignore my outfit. We're just going for the same thing you're going for there. Actually, I don't know if I have time for this. Yeah, that might take a little while. You know what? We'll just go back to the examples. Because I got to put a dent in Dreamsnaps in the reviews. We'll go back to the Carter's Core Dreams. So if you did a forest like this, it doesn't have to be this far away. You can make a forest like this much closer. You can have it cover the sky. So if you bring a forest like this in closer and you layer your trees and you put green lights behind it, or purple, if you're trying to play up the fear colors, purple would be very good. That would add more purple to your scene, and you're definitely going to want to play up the colors this week. That's a big thing with Inside Out, you know? If we look at each of these, this one has a lot of green and yellow. This one has a lot of red, and this one has a lot of blue. So if you're going with fear, you're going to want a lot of purple. Now, you have the purple trees, but it's so dark in your photo that we're not getting much purple off of them. You're purple and your outfit's purple, but you're very hard to see as well. So instead of doing a full example scene, let's start with the avatar. How can you feature the avatar better in something like that for a fearful snap? So we're going to use an item to push the camera closer. You can use large stones. I use the Vizier's Alchemy table here. So we want a fearful expression on the avatar. So I'm going to try this with Pluto. So you could do this, right? So I used the Pluto pose. I turned about 10 degrees so that I would be facing this direction. Now you put Mike Wazowski right here. And you're screaming with your hands up like you're startled, right? But we're actually showing the avatar much better. We boosted the character lighting so the purples will show. And we get the same kind of concept you're going for, but with the avatar featured much more prominently. So instead of you being so super tiny here, you would take up a majority of the photo, and so would your emotion. Now you put Mike right here, and then you build a spooky forest as your background with purple street lights behind the forest to silhouette it with purple color. And you can still use the lightning if you want. And you can play up other purple items. So you can filter by purple items. But yeah, going back to your scene here. Essentially, you could do the pose I just did. You could add, you know, the purple Venus flytraps into the build. And you can still use the sunset lighting here to make the photo nice and visible and all the colors pop. But you're still going to get a very, very good visibility factor from that. People are going to be able to easily see your snap and what you're going for, and that's a huge component in Dreamsnaps. Just like the last review we talked about, lighting is extremely important, even in dark and spooky snaps, even in nighttime snaps. All very, very important. So I would consider a pose like this where you're much closer to the camera, and you can get Mike much closer to the camera, and then you build the spooky forest around you as the background, instead of, you know, having us have to, you know, forcing us to look through the forest to see a tiny you and a tiny Mike. You can get a much better impact out of this and get a much better rank if you feature those things closer and make them more prominent. So I love the concept you're going for fear. I think you have a really good idea with what you're doing here. I think you just need to refine the composition. So stick with your fear concept. This is really creative. Stick with Mike. Stick with the the fear factor, the screaming. But bring these elements to us. Deliver them on a silver platter to your voters. Make them very easy to see. Make the image very clear. Play up the colors. Make sure we can see the purples. Make sure we can see the fear. And once you open up the foreground and put yourself and Mike in the foreground instead, then you can take these spiky thorns and these other purple items and you can have them all throughout your backdrop. And we'll be able to see into the image better. You can take your lightning clouds and you can put one on the left top corner and one on the right top corner. So now you have lightning coming down in both corners of the scene. You in the middle, you know, screaming. You and Mike in the middle. You're screaming at him. And then you have this terrifying forest behind you, silhouetted with purple light to play up the purple color of fear. So, very good concept. I would love to see you restructure the image to make it a bit more competitive. And I think you could get great results that way. Because you have a very, very fun concept. So, definitely stick with the strengths that you have. Oh, yeah, Susan. Yeah, the anger look is really... it's not the best dead on. There's definitely better expressions in the game. Like, it's so much easier to convey. But there's also not a good sad look either, you know. There's not a lot of good sad looks. There's just kind of blank face looks. But yeah, when it comes to anger, the other one you can do is the one with the raised eyebrow where they're kind of smirking. This is a good way to deliver anger where you don't have to be doing the yell. This works too. She still looks pissed. Like, I would not want to mess with her, you know. So you don't always have to do the shouting for anger. You could, though. I've got options with both. But keep in mind, you know, you're not limited to just that one for the element of anger. And you don't have to have the mouth open either. Like, this one is the one with the raised eyebrow, but I'm doing the anger pose. And look at her. You know, you don't have to have the every time. So if you do the raised eyebrow and the angry pose, they'll actually keep their mouth shut and they'll still look really angry. So you can get a pretty good angry look if you know how to tweak the settings. So that would be... this raised eyebrow, but with... oh, she didn't close her mouth, though. But yeah, this one works as well. Actually, yeah, that's no face. You can just do this. So if you just do this pose, you'll get an angry expression. You don't have to use this one. This one works good too, though, but you could just do this. That still works. So you have this one and this one. These two are really good for anger. I mean, there's stronger looks for other emotions. There's a lot of poses that work really well for other emotions. But if you use the good anger pose, you know, being this one, if you go with no expression, you get a good angry expression. And you could go with the screaming as well. But I would either go with this one, or this one, or this one. Because that one works as well. All right, Hope is next. Looks like two options here. Oh, very cool, very cool. And then a split scene. So for the split scene, Hope, you really want to fully divide your scene. So you're going to need to get a lot closer to your avatar, or you can hold an umbrella to divide it. But split scenes, I mean, scenes like this can still get 4K where it just splits above you. But you're going to get a much better bang for your buck with split scenes if you can actually divide them fully with the avatar. Or, I got another split scene example. You could divide them with an effect. So, I have a silhouette around me. So, if the top comes down, you can have it come all the way down to where it meets here. And then you can have a sparkle effect, and then the other side starts. But I would not really recommend having it just kind of break from one to the other. You know, we talked about that with another split scene. Now, your anger build is looking really good. Great job floating these orbs. I was actually talking about that earlier for Scylla's. Because you definitely want it to have that inside-out factor. But another thing that's worth considering, Hope, would be the inside-out little memory projector thing. So we go to Meadow here. Oh, I think I set my goal up wrong. I just noticed. Oh, this is the wrong place. Hang on. These are going to be really important for the inside-out factor if you're doing a build that doesn't have a villager. Let me see if we have a purple one. I can't remember, because that would be good for fear, too, if we do have purple. I don't know if it has purple, though. Can't remember. Oh, it does. Oh, yeah. So for the purple one we reviewed as well, I would definitely consider, you know, if you're going to go with fear, I would consider putting this in your snap as well. So if you're going anger, you still want to make sure you have that inside-out reference because it's inside-out weather. So having this featured in your shot could be very strong just to make sure you deliver on that inside-out experience. And the other thing I would recommend, Hope, is having your avatar not appear too calm and peaceful. I would definitely try to give her more of an upset or angry look. And we just discussed different ways to do that. But, you know, as far as different poses go, if you strike the basic anger pose, they're automatically going to have an angry expression. And the fun thing is, if you pull them away from the camera and you turn them a little bit, they'll actually face the scene dead on. Because they kind of turn. See, you can do this. And, of course, there's also the yelling facial expression, which can be really good. But it's, you know, it's kind of wonky. You could just do this one. This one looks great for anger. Or you could do the raised eyebrow where they're kind of smirking. But I would, you know, if you're going with anger, I do highly recommend making that somewhat clear with the presentation of the avatar instead of fully relying on the colors. And for your scene here, Hope, if you're going to go with the lava build, you can add much better detail to this if you utilize volcanic rock and magma from Storybook Vale. So when you do a lava build, if you want it to feel more convincing and more fiery, those pocket item details are going to be extremely important. And in your shot here, you know, you've got good colors, great red trees. You know, you're playing up the colors very well. But there's so much more detail you could have included here. So using some of those magma rocks would be really nice. The other thing is, the challenge mentioned using effects, which you are using, but it also mentioned pets. And if you're not using pets, you know, villagers are going to be really good. Like Hades is great for anger and works great in fiery builds. There's the fiery raven that you could be using. So right now, both of the photos you submitted seem a little incomplete. So I would focus on finishing them and detailing them a bit more. I would focus on making this avatar express anger a little bit better. And for this one, you know, you're going to want to split this scene a little bit better. And you're going to want to seal off the scene too, because we can see right through it here on the left side. Punchy. Senpai, you're my Dreamsnaps Yoda? Oh. Good at Dreamsnaps you were getting. I feel confused about this challenge. Is this style a 4K contender, or do I need to go bigger and crazier? I'm seeing both styles on social media. Also, the Snap Sadness crying is my submission, but is it too mean that I'm laughing and she's crying? I'm supposed to be comforting her. Is the shot with her waving a little kinder? Thank you for the advice. Okay, so we got this one. And we got this one. Okay. So first off, any Dreamsnap any Dreamsnap that attempts the theme can get 4K. It's possible. A great example of this, to kind of know what I'm talking about here, I'm going to show you a rank 2 photo that might surprise you. This is a rank 2 submission from Coziness Beyond the Stars. It was about creating a cozy Star Wars build. And this is very much an empty room with just the Naboo items. Now, these items were high value, so that helps. But they didn't really add any details here. They just used the new stuff from the shop, and that's it. So how does a photo like this get 4K? Or better yet, rank 2? Well, it's not impossible. No matter what you make, if you do the theme, you do always have a chance to pop up against random selfies and random quest photos that didn't even try. And if that happens consistently, and then you get matched up with other photos that aren't that strong that did the same, then you can find yourself clawing all the way up to the top ranks. So anyone that attempts the theme can potentially get 4K. So yes, these photos can get 4K. However, it's more about getting 4K consistently rather than just, is it possible I can get 4K with this? And there are things you can do to make these a bit more competitive. So first off, if we check out the theme, if we look at the demonstration photos, it kind of hints at what the theme is saying. It says, bring big feels in this challenge with outfits, decor, effects, and pets to make an emotionally thematic pick. So if the emotion you're choosing to highlight here is sadness, your decor needs to reflect that. Your pets need to reflect that. Your environment needs to reflect that. Everything needs to reflect that. Right now, the only kind of sadness element you have is the clouds. Below the clouds, we have like beautiful, happy flowers and a nice pathway, happy frogs. You know, could this get 4K? Yeah, if it pops up against the right things. But if you pop up against people who are making emotionally thematic experiences, where one side is built with, you know, if we have sadness build and it's all blue and rain and dreary, or joy builds that are sunny, bright, colorful, vivid. Hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate the bits. Let's go. Let's go. Johnny, welcome back, bro. Welcome back. Thank you for the 150. You're going to have a hard time beating photos like this where they're executing what the theme said, which is making an emotionally thematic pick. So your decor, your environment, everything needs to tie into the emotion or emotions you're choosing to portray. Again, a really good example of this, still one of the best shots I've seen this week would be this one here, aside from some great split shots and some other shots we've seen. But this is what the challenge is asking you to do. This is a direct representation of what the challenge is asking. So they are using effects, decor, and outfit to make the picture emotionally thematic, and that emotion is sad. So this is thematic for sadness. It's raining, it's cloudy, there's blue everywhere. Blue speckled path, blue flowers, blue mushrooms, blue bushes, blue trees, giant blue berries, blue outfit, blue villager, blue eyes, blue eyeshadow. So we have this photo playing up the emotion really well. Against a photo like that, I think you're going to have a really hard time. But this can still definitely get 4K, so keep that in mind. It's just that a photo like this is more competitive. They're delivering more on the concept of the theme. And if we look at the example scenes, right? Like this was my sadness example for the week. So my arms are out in the rain. We're showcasing the rain. We have sadness right here. And then take note of all the blue elements we're delivering here. Instead of you know, instead of making our photo, like, you know, using, and I also wouldn't just overuse, you know, the same flowers, like tulips, just, you know, kind of in line here. Instead of playing up red, yellow, purple, gold, green, if you're trying to make a sadness build, play up blue. So we have blue flowers in the foreground. We have blue water. We have blue bushes. We have blue trees. We have a blue house. We have a blue building. We have the rainy day weather. We have the blue lightning. We have a blue outfit. We have blue light in the backdrop. There's a lot of blue, a ton of blue. And we even have a blue filter over this that we were able to use by boosting highlight and adding the color temperature slider to -25. There's even a little blue butterfly. So if you want to be more competitive, rather than, you want to focus on theme and beauty. I think you're going very heavily into beauty, but you're kind of departing from the concept of the theme you're going for. You know, if we're hot, if the theme is telling you to make your picture emotionally thematic for the emotion you're choosing, then you need to focus on that. That doesn't mean it has to be ugly or dimly lit or anything of that nature, but you do want to make it beautiful, but at the same time, make it emotionally thematic. Play up the blues. Play up the rain. And you also probably shouldn't, you don't need this many clouds, like the way you've set the clouds up here, like going all the way back. Like, why are the clouds, like, lower than the buildings, you know? Like, you don't have to take it to that degree. You can show the buildings and stuff in the back, but I would focus more on blue. And you don't need that many clouds. You can literally just use a couple right here at the front of your scene. That way it doesn't look, you know, as much. Like, this almost looks like the clouds are in the background, even though they're right at the front. So you don't need all those clouds. You can show the background because you're going to get more beauty that way. Now, in one of my other photos, they do go all the way back, but that's because it was designed to be more of a split scene. So we wanted this side to feel totally different. And there's no buildings here, so it doesn't necessarily look like the clouds are taller than everything else. It's just that, you know, this goes way up into the sky. And then we come over here and it's totally sunny. So I wouldn't really do this if you're just doing a sadness build like you are. I would do something more like this, where you just have the clouds at the top. And then I would really play up the blues. Again, the shot you have here could potentially get 4K, but I do believe you can do a lot better if you really embrace a sadness build. And again, the demonstration photos show you that. So if we look at the sadness demonstration photo, we've got a blue pet shop, a blue house, a goose with a blue bonnet on. There's this building here, the little mochi house with the blue roof. And thanks to the lighting, even the asphalt is looking blue. So all this blue. We look at the anger build and we see all this red. We look at the joy build and we see all this green. So are there going to be snaps like this out there on social media? Of course they are. Of course there are. There's going to be all kinds of snaps out there. But that doesn't mean these are going to be the most competitive. The snaps that are likely to do the best are the snaps that are going to really impress people. And a snap like this is beautiful. It can beat things it pops up against. But is it going to beat the other very competitive snaps? Because that's what you got to ask yourself when it comes to getting 4K consistently. If you pop up against the right things, it might not matter. But if you want to get 4K regularly, you always want to prepare to pop up against those really strong snaps. And when it comes to beating the very strong snaps, you want to go above and beyond to deliver on both beauty and theme. So really playing up the blues for sadness. And you can do that, you know, like this player did, or like this here. There's a lot of different ways to go about it. But I would very much likely vote for photos like this over photos like this week. But I would vote for this if it popped up against something that it, you know, was better than. But I think there are better ways to build out a sadness scene. Because everything on the bottom here feels more like joy, except for the sky, and then sadness herself. Tanya. Oh, very good. Very fun split scene. I like that you use the rainbow as a divider. That's nice. Really playing up the yellows here for joy. Lots of sunflowers, the golden orbs. We got the happy little diorama from our Imagination Land here. Then we got some rain pouring down. We got... I feel like this is more of a spooky memory than a sad... Well, it is the Forgotten, so it can work for sad. We have sadness here. The one thing I think you could do a bit better in this one, Tanya, this is very good. Very likely for 4K as it is. But you're really playing up the yellows here for joy. Like, you have so much yellow. But we barely have any blue over here for sadness. We have one little blue bush. I would definitely try to play up a bit more blue here. Even if you swapped out this tree here and this house here and just did a forest with a blue silhouette, then again, that could mess up the memory because the silhouette will show through it. But I don't know. I would rather have... I think it would be safer to have more blue than it would be to have the memory at all. But I would definitely try to play up more blue on this side because you're really going heavy on the yellow here. And I think making this left scene a bit more blue would make it resonate more with the theme. I mean, it does feel like a sad day over here, but it could be more thematically emotional. Like, this side is very thematically emotional. But yeah, looking good so far. A strong split scene for sure. And I like this raincoat most for split scenes. I don't think this raincoat is really the best for a sadness scene because it's pretty joyful. But I think if you... I think that the sadness overalls are the best for a sadness build. But for this raincoat, I think it works great as a split because it's dressed for rainy weather, but it's also colorfully, you know, more joyful. Snowdrop. I don't have blue trees or foliage besides flowers, so I went ham with the color temperature too much. Do you not have the... I know some of those blue trees were from that winter bundle. I don't know if you have some of the DLCs, but the Ever After shrubs are rather blue. Like, these can work really well. So there are some good-looking blue trees, even if you don't have the ones from that winter bundle. So trees like this, I think, are going to work really well. So yeah, if you have these, consider these. These are great options. The winter trees, I think, are even better, but not everybody's going to have those. And the downside with the blue color temperature slider, it's really just making your photo extra dark. It is making the raindrops feel more blue, which is good. And you already have blue light in the back. This is better than a lot of sadness builds I've seen, though. Because thematically, it is more blue than a lot of them are. And thematically, it does capture the sadness vibes a bit better. I like the pose, too. Like the eyes closed, you know. You look like you're kind of contemplating. The blue hair is very nice. The blue butterfly. Also, for the clouds, keep in mind the lightning is very blue, and it will brighten the clouds up a bit. So, if we look at this one, you can see the blue light kind of bouncing off the cloud here. I actually think I have a better example of that. Yeah, this corner up here, see how it's turning the cloud like very blue? And I actually discussed using that slider in my video. The trick, if you want to use the slider Well, let me just show you. It'll be easier to show you than to explain. There's a reason those color temperature sliders aren't used very much, and there's a reason they're not very good. And mostly it's because they don't actually change the color temperature. They just put a screen over your entire scene that removes the light. Basically, it's like if you had a blue piece of plastic that you could see through and you put it in front of a photo. That's what they're doing. So, unfortunately, the color temperature slider going one way makes it yellow, but even if you go all the way, it makes the photo way darker. Because it's basically just putting a screen over it rather than changing the color of the photo itself. So if you want to get the blue notes, but still make sure you keep lighting, you're going to want to boost highlight. So if I take highlight to 1.0, even though I'm at -30 with the blue filter, everything now is very blue, but I didn't lose all my light. I didn't lose all my color. So if, and I talked about this in the video as well. So if you want to go color temperature, make sure you boost your highlight. And then you can make it nice and blue and still have some good lighting in here. And if your photo gets too dark, you can always roll back the blue a little bit. Even -25 is plenty. -25 gives the raindrops more of a blue hue. It adds a good blue hue to a lot of stuff in the back. And since you have sadness, I'm going to assume you have the inside out items too. So, you're talking about the blue trees. If you don't have those, don't worry. There's other blue things I would consider using, in particular, the sense of self lamp. This would be really nice in your background. I mean, you don't have to show the base of it. That's white. You could put a little bush in front of it. So, we can go underbrush here. You can just throw like a purple shrub in front of it. And then if you have Eternity Isle, not sure if you have that, you could do these blue bushes around it. Putting a few of these in your background would play very well with the inside out component of the theme. And it would allow you to have a blue light source in your photo that's going to pop really well with how you've darkened the photo. So I think that's definitely worth considering for this image. Like imagine something like that back here. One on the left maybe, one on the right. That was backwards, but yeah, one on the left, one on the right. And then you could also consider building a scene like this in alternative places as well. Like one thing I really like about that one sadness scene I keep bringing up is that they chose to make this in the Forgotten Lands. So the ground has this kind of purple and gray to it, which ties in really well with the blue. But they use blue mushrooms. They're not using the winter trees either. They're not using the premium shop trees that are blue. They just angled their camera in a way to not show the top of the trees, and they use blue mushrooms and some of the dark blue trees I referred to, and the blueberries from Wish Blossom Ranch, and blue flowers. But yeah, this one's good. I definitely think this has a lot of potential because unlike a lot of sadness scenes, you're actually showing a thematically emotional pic. Whereas, like we said, a lot of the sadness builds I've come across, they are not really full sending the sadness build, So I would be more likely to vote for something like this. However, what I'm worried about with this photo is just how dark it is. You can do a really good sadness build that still is well lit and colorful, and it can still feel very sad. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that dark. Again, if you use the color temperature to make it more blue, you can boost your highlight. Just keep in mind, you might have to readjust your character lighting if you boost highlight because you already have the character lighting very high. But yeah, my concern is that, it might be a little too dark to be as noticeable as some other photos, especially ones like this. So A few things you can consider is adding some glowing elements to the back, like the, emotion projector we talked about. Adding a little bit of lightning to the corner of your scene to get a bright blue on the left and a bright blue on the right. That's going to light up the photo a little bit. You can just put another lightning cloud right behind these, one on the left, one on the right. And you can even, like, right behind these flowers, what if you took a small desk light, a small blue desk light, like, for example, because this will be another way to brighten up your photo without, and get more blue into your photo. You could take a little light like this and put it behind those hydrangeas that you had. So where the hydrangeas were, you can stick one of these, and now you're going to have like a little blue element to the left and a little blue element to the right. So I would consider that here, just to make the picture pop a little bit more for the average voters, so you stand out a bit more in the voting phase. But overall, I think you're doing a really good job with this. It's more thematic than a lot of the shots I've seen. And I think because of that, it should be pretty competitive. Very cool. Bell B. I've never been more unsure of a Dreamsnap. I've spent so many hours on this that I really want your opinion before I trash the idea. Thank you for the amazing feedback. You're welcome. You're welcome. Definitely a world on fire kind of build. I like the inside out characters. I can tell you put a lot of work into it. I definitely think it works good for the anger build, but if you go the anger direction, I would definitely try to show... I'd probably do a different pose for something like this and show a bit more anger. And I would probably avoid showing, like, happy villagers present. Like, if the world's on fire and there's a lot of anger, I think having joy and sadness around isn't the worst. But, like, Goofy is really happy. Mickey is really happy. I know it's kind of a Disney Parks type of vibe. But... It might be tricky. I don't think you need to scrap the entire thing, though. I get using the Disney character, like the Mickey and Friends cast, because you're at a Disney park. And it's an interesting place to have the theme. And you do have plenty of red. Like, you have a lot of the red from the magma stuff. You have the red flame hair, the red around the eyes, the red maple. So we do have a lot of red. But I don't know, combining with the Disney park is kind of tricky. And I would be careful showing too much joy and happiness in an anger scene. And I would definitely try to showcase a bit more anger on the avatar. And you don't have to scrap it, though. You could keep this build and then make a secondary build and see, if you feel better about it. Because with your level of talent... You could pick pretty much any emotion and do something like this. You could definitely highlight whatever emotion you choose really well. I think if you wanted to stick with this one, I feel like the main thing you would need to do is make it a bit angrier. Because, it's all about the emotion. The other challenge with anger builds in general, with this being an inside-out theme, is we don't necessarily have an angry inside-out villager. So using things like the red orbs or, as we discussed, the little projectors here can be really good for, capturing that inside-out anger vibe. The other trick with the anger builds is, with this being a weather challenge, I do think it's wise to you know, showcase the weather to a degree. We can see kind of a clear sky back here, which is good. But it's weird with the way they set up the challenge, you know, when they say, is your valley sunny like joy, rainy like sadness? They're giving clear examples of the weather we can play with. And then for anger, you know, they just show a scene here with a lot of red and fire. And it, you know, it's clearly sunset time of day, so it's sunny weather. And hot is, you know, like high temperature is another type of weather. It's just not as clearly distinctive as like a rainy build or a sunny joy build. But you could always try like a different concept, and maybe you'll like it even more. If you stick with this one, though, I think it would have a better chance at doing well if we played up the anger. And if it's a Disney park, what if it was like a inverse Disney park where it's villains? You know, like what if instead of Mickey and Goofy, it was Hades and Maleficent? You know, like Scar. What if we played up the characters that can't really control their temper? You know, because they're Disney cast as well. So, or what if you had Donald throwing a temper tantrum? You know, that would be really good to have here. Because, you know, he's part of the Mickey and Friends cast, and you can have him freaking out, you know, like stomping around, throwing his little temper tantrum right behind you. That could be a really good way to sell this. So there are ways you can definitely make this work. I don't think you should scrap it by any means. You can try a different angle that plays up the emotion of anger a little bit more. And you can always do a second alternative build, just in case you can't get this one quite where you want it. But I do think Donald would be a great addition to this if you can get him raging out, you know? Mr. Left Shark. Okay. Here's my set for this week's challenge. Who said rain? I really wanted to do one for a long time, so I think this is the week for it. Okay. Love the deep blue in the sky here. I can see a good bit of rain. Good blue in the houses here. Blue in the roof here. Blue in Ariel's dress. I also kind of like how Sadness is like further away and waving. I think if you look at the title of this one being Inside Out Weather, I think this could definitely work. It's not as thematic as some of the other Sadness photos. But for this outfit in particular, being like a yellow and blue kind of mix, it's not a very sad outfit. So I feel like it's a good way to do like rain and joy. But with rain, you still really want to have a sadness feel to it. Because again, the challenge said, is it rainy like sadness? So I think this is a great example of how you can do that. You have the rainy day house here. You have sadness. You have a lot of blue. But you still bring joy into the photo. And I think that's the risk with some of the other photos is that, you know, we have a rainy day, but we have no sadness at all. You can still have a joyful rainy day and highlight sadness. I think this is a great way to do that. We also have the blue algae in the back. I see that in the water, adding a bit more blue to the scene. And yeah, the outfit with the umbrella is good. But I do think it would be wise to maybe consider the new rain clouds. You don't even have to be able to see them in the photo, Left Shark. You could put them slightly outside the photo, but you can get much better raindrops falling on the left and right of your scene. You can even get a little lightning bolt coming in. I think that would be a great element to include here. I think a photo like this could perform very well. Just as well as a photo like this. So I think this is a great direction on the challenge because it captures that this is a rainy day like sadness, but it still highlights joy, which means you have twice the inside out value in the scene. But I think not using the new rain clouds, if you're going to use rain, is kind of a missed opportunity because you can get a really cool lightning effect. Even if you don't show the cloud itself, you can have that lightning come into the scene. And you can also have better raindrops. So there's 2 new types of raindrops you can feature, kind of like the ones we have here coming from this house. So we only see this high-quality rain right here, and that's it. But we could have it here as well. And we could have it here, and we could have it here. Like, you could have it in a lot more places. You can make this rain look a lot better. As far as the location, the glade is great because it has, like, built-in muddy water that looks like puddles. Like, look at the light reflecting off the little puddles here. This is a great destination. And you also have the water building up, like, in the glade. So, I think this is a great place to do a rainy day build, as it has, like, little natural puddles built in. But the main thing I would add to this, honestly, would be I would get the better-looking raindrops involved. Because I think that's going to add even more value to a snap like this. But very good way to highlight that it's a rainy day like sadness while still embodying joy. I think if the other snaps we looked at took that approach, where, you know, even if sadness is just kind of back here in the background by this house looking sad, you still showcase that it's rainy like sadness, but you're enjoying it. I just wouldn't completely leave sadness out of a rainy day scene. Mostly because it specifically says rainy like sadness, so I think people, if they see rain, they're going to be kind of on the lookout for sadness. And even if she's just a background character, I think it's going to be a great idea to have her. All right, I think Caroline will be the last one we do today. We have another split scene. Very cool, very cool. So, a happy memory here. And then a sad memory, I think, of one of her core memories getting destroyed. I like Bing Bong over here. Very fun. Ties very well with the Inside Out feature. And you did a great job playing up yellow on one side and blue on the other. And that's why I said I love this raincoat for this. The raincoat is literally yellow and blue. This works so well for a split scene. If you don't have it, you know, the basic Joy outfit works well as you know, because you have the blue cap and, well, you can't see the blue tights, but, you know, there's like little bits of blue in this portion of it, but you have the yellow and the blue. But, yeah, if I had the rain jacket, I'd wear that in this scene as well because it works really, really, really well. Overall, very solid, though. You know, great job with the rainbow coming in. Now, Joy is also kind of associated with green, so I do think it would be good to mix in a little bit of green with your scene here. I would break up some of the yellows a little bit. I mean, you don't need much, but I think a little bit of green here would look pretty good in your scene. But yeah, the left side looks nice with the blue. And if you want blue memories, I don't know if you have any in your storage, but you can always drop, with how much stuff you have here, if you dropped a blue memory, it would probably just land, if you put these up and you drop blue memory, they'll probably land right in these spots. So you could have blue memories down here if you wanted those instead of purple. But yeah, very good, Caroline, very good. Great split scene. I would try to get a tiny bit closer with your avatar. Just a little. You don't need to get much closer, but if you did, you could perfectly divide this scene. And what would be cool about that is if on one side of your umbrella, the clouds stop, and on the other side, it's blue sky and rainbow, versus seeing the cloud kind of hang over. And you wouldn't need to get too much closer for that. You'd only have to, like, take a, you know, little tiny couple steps forward, and then you can perfectly divide this scene. Another thing to consider is, if you pull your trees back a little bit, you could use this sun motif to showcase, you know, because it's inside out weather. So here, heavy rain, and here, sunny weather, you know? So, like, showing that motif could be a great way to show two very distinctly different, you know, weather situations. But yeah, looking good so far. Very nice. All right. Well, we put a big dent in them. Very nice, very nice. Lilo, hello, hello. Yeah, we got several snaps done. I'm sure more will come in over the weekend. So Caroline, we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15. So we have about 15 more that we didn't do, and a bunch more will come in this weekend. But we did put a very, very good dent into them. So Monday, I will likely not have to be here until midnight. Yippee! All right. Yeah, we got a lot done. We would have gotten a lot further if Discord wasn't down this morning. That's super frustrating. Or this afternoon. Yeah, that kind of sucks. We weren't able to start until much later in the stream. It's really annoying. Lilo, loved your snap, by the way. Great job, Lilo. Great job. I showed yours a lot today. So I kept going back to yours as a great example for this week's theme. You did a very good job on your build. I really liked it. Probably said it'll be kept you Monday as mine was next. Sounds good. Oh, I'm not leaving just yet. I want to show you guys what I've been working on in Pokopia. So I would usually switch streams, but we're just going to swap over because I'm not going to be able to play much longer. I was going to do, it sucks because yesterday I was going to do, oh, I'm not even on the screen. Hang on. Yesterday we were going to do Pokopia after reviews, but I had health issues yesterday and I wasn't able to start my video until much later. And then I wasn't able to stream until way later. And then today we go live to do like a couple of hours of snap reviews followed by Pokopia, and Discord was down for the first hour. So we didn't get to we didn't get to do anything with it, which kind of, you know, we didn't get to Pokopia either day. I mean, I'm still going to play it for a little bit today cuz I want to show you guys what I've been building. Delicious. Lunaris, that would be your secondary review. That would be secondary. Once you've had a review, anything after that goes to secondary. So it'll be reviewed on Tuesday. That's why whenever you're, you know, that's also why I recommend, you know, waiting till the Thursday video before submitting and checking out the Thursday video, because you'll have a very good idea of what I'm going to be covering in the reviews. Because essentially, it's going to directly correlate to what we discuss in the Thursday video. And if you're not in line with that, you might end up having to scrap your snap and come up with a different concept if you want to follow the advice I'm giving. And, you know, then you won't get a secondary review on that secondary review. So to avoid that happening, I would recommend checking out the Thursday video. Even if you finish your snap, don't throw it in for review right away. Instead, consider waiting until you watch the video, and then you'll have an idea, and then you can throw it in. If that makes sense. Holly said mine is fairly similar to Lilo, so I hope it's not considered copied. No, I don't think you should ever feel that way. When it comes down to it, we're all doing the same theme. There's bound to be snaps that have similarities. You know, now if it's like a carbon copy where like the villager's in the exact same place, the avatar's in the same place, it's the exact same items, then, you know, that might be a little questionable. But if they're just similar because you guys are doing a similar angle and they're both very blue, well, yeah, that's how they should be. The villager should be close to the frame, the avatar should be close to the frame, and it should be emotionally thematic. So there's bound to be similar snaps out there. I don't think anybody's going to, assume you copied somebody else just because your snap is similar to theirs. Now, it's a different story if it's like the exact same snap, like if I see it and it's like the same exact placement for all the items, like you clearly copied another snap, then I would probably call that out. But I never really see that. I've actually only had that happen to me. So it was a while ago, but I was building one of my snaps. This is before I stopped building a lot of my snaps on stream. And I was helping people that were struggling. So I was like, I'm going to build this snap, and you guys can like learn how I approach it. And then 2 people that I had been helping with snaps, like in DMs before I was even doing snap reviews, like they were messaging me and I was taking time out of my day to like give them tips and advice, watched my stream and copied every single thing I did, and then went to other creators' Discord servers and shared their snaps as their own. And they were like, what do you guys think of my snap? So those creators ended up messaging me, and they were like, hey, I saw these 2 snaps that looked exactly like one another, and I wasn't sure if they were copying each other, but then somebody in my chat told me they were copying yours, so I wanted to let you know. So then I end up going and looking, and sure enough, they're exact carbon copies of my snap. Every item, every villager, every outfit choice, they basically just did exactly what I did. So I haven't seen people copy other people's snaps in the community, and I've only had that happen to me once. And I messaged both of them, and I was like, hey, if you want to take inspiration from my snap, that's great. I'm all for it. I appreciate it. But like now I have to completely change my snap. And if you are going to completely copy my snap, maybe when you share it in somebody else's Discord, you at least shout me out or at least give me some credit. And don't just to say it's your work. If you're... And one of them was like, oh no, that wasn't me. My 7-year-old was watching and they did that. I'm sorry. I'm like, bro, why are... So your 7-year-old built the snap, got on your Discord, joined those creators' servers, shared my Dreamsnap. So basically you're telling me your kid had access to your Discord and your Dreamlight Valley and they were watching my stream and you didn't know any of that was happening? Okay. Like, just apologize and move on. And the other person was really cool about it. They took it down and they were like, yeah, I know I shouldn't have done that. I just wanted to get 4K. I was like, you don't have to delete it, bro. Like, just change it a little bit, just like make some alterations, make it your own. That's all I'm asking, So I don't really see that happen very often. Keto said not blaming the kid. Jesse said, yeah, that was wild. Amanda said, yeah, that story totally checks out. Yeah, that was a long time ago. But that was a whole can of worms. And then because of that, I stopped making my snaps on stream. That was kind of like the final thing for me. It was like, well, I'll make example scenes, but like as far as like my snap, like I'm just going to do that on my own time. And the other reason why is like, whenever I would make my snaps on stream, I would always have to have that awkward moment where I tell people like, hey, please don't backseat game. Because like every time I would make a snap on stream, like there would be somebody in chat telling me what I should put where and how I should decorate. And it's like, dude, I don't really need much help. Like, I'm just trying to make my snap, not your snap. So, like, can you just let me put things where I want them to be? So it would just get kind of frustrating because, like, one of my rules is, like, don't backseat game. You're welcome to say what you would do if it was yours. You can be like, yeah, if this was my snap, I would put a window over there. And that won't even bother me. You can tell me that you think my snap is ugly. That won't bother me. That's your opinion. But if you start telling me how to play... Unsolicited advice is criticism. That's all it is. I make sure I reserve the advice I give to people that want it. So if somebody approaches me seeking advice, I will happily provide it. But what I will not do is go into somebody else's stream who's trying to build a snap and start telling them how to make it better. That's so rude. And then also, it's the same thing online. Like if I'm on Facebook and I come across a snap and it doesn't look very good and it needs, foreground or better lighting, I'm not going to say that unless they post a statement that's like, hey, any advice on how to improve this? Then I'll put in my input. But I am not going to give unsolicited advice to strangers because it's just rude. So, you know, if somebody's not asking for advice or input, you're welcome to say what you would do or how you would do things differently. That's totally cool. You're also welcome to say you don't like it. You know, like, I'm not going to fault you for your opinion. But, you know, telling me to play a certain way or design a certain way, well, that's not really going to be my snap anymore, is it? Because I'm just using your ideas. So I'm sure you guys can relate. You know, you've probably been playing a game in the past with a friend looking over your shoulder telling you, go down that hallway. Oh, turn around. Wait, you missed an item. Go back over there. You know, it's not as fun. Hey, thank you, my friend. Aisha, a brand new member of the Inner Circle. Let's go. Y'all drop some love in the YouTube chat. We got a brand new channel member coming in. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Ashley said I cleared out the snaps that were reviewed today. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. Scylla said, would the fire decal be okay to add to an anger build? Yeah, of course. Of course. That's actually a good one. I told someone the other day on a Facebook group, in a baby group, that giving your opinion without being asked is just criticism, and they told me I had a terribly skewed sense of reality. Of course they did, because people like that, they do not like pushback, you know? It's just like last week when I was making that example scene, and somebody came in and told me I needed to put windows in, which I was literally still building the scene, so, like, I wasn't even at that part yet. Like, you know, I commonly told them that, you know, no backseat gaming, told them the rules, and I was really nice about it, and they immediately got really pissed off, and they're like, you're passive-aggressive. See ya. I'm like, well, that was a passive-aggressive goodbye. But people, when you call people out for unsolicited advice, some of them are really cool about it. Some of them are going to be like, yeah, you're right. You know, like, I'll keep that in mind. I'm not gonna go around critiquing people. But others, you know, the people that can't handle pushback, they're immediately going to get offended. They're immediately going to get bothered. But it's best not to have people like that around anyway. Like, they're ticking time bombs. People that, like, can't emotionally control themselves to where one slight they consider, you know, if they consider one little thing a slight against them, that they just blow up and leave, those are not people built to last in terms of relationships. They're not people built to last in terms of community. So to me, it's best to let them weed themselves out. So if I set clear boundaries and I respectfully tell you those boundaries and that offends you, well, yeah, you should probably head for the door, you know? So it's the same thing with people like that, you know, online, Ashley. They're just not going to handle boundaries very well. And, I mean, that's exactly what unsolicited advice is, though. You know, like, basically, if you're painting a picture, and you're picking a picture of the ocean, and it's, like, very green, I can come up and say, your picture needs more blue. I'm critiquing them. That's not a warped perception of reality. That's the truth. I'm giving advice, but it's advice they didn't ask for. And I'm basically saying, hey, in my head, this would look better if it had more of this, and yours doesn't have that, therefore it needs it. That is a critique. It's unsolicited advice that they didn't ask for, and you're critiquing their work by saying what your expectations is that they are not meeting. So for the person that was like, you have a terribly skewed sense of reality. No, dude, that's just reality. There's no skewing. That's just what it is. There's no debate. There's no question. It's not an alternative perception. That's just what's happening. They just don't like being told that. The guy says, and then people that ask for advice get all defensive when you give it. Well, that's another can of worms. So that's part of another issue where people ask for advice, but what they actually want is praise. And that's a whole different situation. You know, you'll see it. That's why I had to make a rule for my snap reviews. Like, hey, if you're submitting it's my goal to find something you can improve. So keep that in mind. If you can't handle critiques, or if you don't want advice, don't submit for a review. Because there's been times in the past where I've reviewed a snap and immediately they get defensive. They're like, well, I did this because that's just where those items I felt like they should go. And my foreground is empty because I want you to be able to see the picture better. It's like, do you want to hear my 2 cents, or do you just want to defend what you've presented? You know, like, you have to be open to criticism to grow from criticism. If you're just submitting your Dreamsnap in order for me to clap like a seal and be like, no, I'm not here to do that, okay? I'm here just to help. And I'm gonna provide advice. I'm not just here to praise your work every day. So, you know, it is what it is. Some people have a hard time with that. Some people don't. Most people are, you know, pretty understanding with it, though. I said they also first told me I spend too much time on the internet, and then next asked me if it was my first day on the internet. I just chuckled. Bro, it's always the people that are constantly on the internet that act like that, too. All right, let's see. I'm going to boot up Pokopia for a bit. We can't play very long because I ended up reviewing snaps for a bit longer than we had intended. However, I really want to show you guys what I've been building. It's so cool. It is very neat looking. It's very neat. And we did put a good dent in the reviews, so Monday, I think we should be able to get through the reviews pretty quick. Should be a good, smooth day on Monday. Thank you for changing the game. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Ice says 100% agree. Yeah, you know, I feel like there's, you know, and, well, the thing is, too, is, like, when people do give unsolicited advice, like, to be fair, they are trying to be helpful, and I always acknowledge that first. I think that's important to do. So when you call out somebody for giving unsolicited advice, I always, you know, when it happens in my chat, I always start by saying, hey, I understand you're trying to be helpful. I understand you're coming from a good place. But, you know, here's what unsolicited advice actually is when it comes to creativity and art. It's criticism. And there are people that are looking for criticism, and there are people that are not, you know. And sure, there will be times where I'm seeking criticism, where, you know, I make a few different builds, and I'm like, you know, which one do you guys think is better? Like, which one do you think may need work? Or especially when I'm in Pokopia, when I'm building a house and it's not looking right, you know, I'll be like, does this look good to you guys? Does it not look good? So there will be, yo, Angelina, thank you for the raid. Welcome, my friend. There will definitely be times where I'm seeking out advice for sure. It's going to come up. But there will be other times where, you know, I'm just trying to express my own creativity. People go crazy when you say you are disappointed. Oh, Johnny said that reminds me when I posted a snap result on Facebook saying my disappointment and I was attacked. Oh, were you like sharing results and you were like, I'm disappointed with how this did? So then a bunch of people started jumping on telling you why it did bad. The funny thing about that too is a lot of the time, the people that comment that don't really know what they're talking about either. That's kind of sad as well. That's, you know, it's also kind of the issue. Marie said, I'm used to semi-rants. It's like the dad talk to do better. Thanks? Question mark? Yeah, check this out, guys. So you remember how I finished the magma cavern? And remember how I told you I was going to work on this little valleyway? Y'all are about to be impressed with what I made. So, look at it now. Just ignore this chest. I haven't had time to move it, but I made a freaking Zen garden. Look at my Zen garden. With a bench resting area. With a waterfall backdrop. Right? And I spruced up the entrance to the fire cavern. And spruced up the entrance to the minecart system. And best of all, I made the fighting Pokemon dojo that I was telling you I was going to make. So check this ish out. Look at that. Look at that. I haven't added the lights to it yet, but I found out how to make these traditional Japanese style roofs. So look at this roof. Isn't this so sick? I had to experiment a lot with the roof pieces to like make this. And I haven't done the inside of the building. I'm going to hang some lights over it. That's why I didn't make a video today, because it's not well lit yet. I got some power boxes in here. But yeah, you can come up here to the second floor. And the fun thing is, you go around. This is actually a livable space for Pokemon. So I can put 4 fighting Pokemon in here. And then they can go down and train on the first floor. So this is going to have, like, you know, the punching bags and, like, a training space. And this is going to have, you know, this is the living space. And I'm going to have a ladder here for if I ever want to access the top section. And this is the top of the dojo. But yeah, isn't this dojo so cool? It also holds the bridge that comes across. And behind the dojo, for all their relaxing after training, I have created a hot spring, which I haven't finished yet. I'm going to add some vines and, you know, I'm going to spruce this up a bit. But yeah, we put a hot spring behind the dojo. But yeah, the dojo is so cool. I love this building. You know, I love Eastern architecture. Like, if you look at my valley, it's kind of like the Wandering Moon. So now I just got to hang some lights on it, and it's going to look epic. But that's not all I've worked on. So yeah, we got the Zen Garden done. We got the Pokemon Fighting Dojo done. So now we have a place for our rock types, our fire types, our fighting types, our grass types. We're kind of covering everybody. And I've also been working on this back area. Now, I haven't been able to work on this since the weekend because I was up till midnight Monday reviewing snaps. Tuesday was another late stream. We didn't finish until about 10 o'clock. Wednesday was another late stream because I was making those examples. And then after my stream, I built 2 more example scenes. And then Thursday, I had health issues. So I haven't played Pokemon since like Sunday. But I did do this as well. So I expanded this tunnel that leads into the back area. And I've started working on the megastructure bridge for this whole area here. So essentially, once you come in here from the tunnel, there's going to be this huge gazebo, which also serves as a bridge platform where these bridges connect. And we have another, like, Japanese-themed, like, roof set here. This bridge leads to the path that goes, you know, if we want to follow this path here, it goes all the way to the Snorlax Shrine and then back to my mansion. So there's the Snorlax Shrine there. So we follow this in here. And it'll go across. I gotta add the like fences to this, of course. And then if we go left, you know, we have the gate here. And if we go across, I'm actually planning on building a gym here. Probably a Fuchsia City gym, because this was Fuchsia City before it was Withered Wasteland. Because I was thinking about what is this bridge going to lead to? And I'm thinking we can do a big gym built into the cliffside for Pokemon battles. And also, this bridge that comes from the mansion is going to kind of connect here. And these wooden blocks were already here, so there's already like a platform here. And I'm going to build the bridge to go across here, like hugging this cliff wall. It's going to go down, and then it's going to connect to this. So this is all going to be interconnected. But this still needs a lot of work. You know, I still got to do a lot with this. Probably going to work on it a little bit this weekend. But this area is done. Look at all the trees, too. Oh, and I found out how to make giant pine trees. Like, look at how big this pine tree is. It's really just 4 pine trees. So all you got to do is you put 1 pine tree on a block. Let me show you. So yeah, there's 1 pine tree in the middle that's on a block right here. And then you dig 4 holes around that pine tree on the block. And then you put a pine tree in each of those holes. And now you have a giant pine tree. Isn't that cool? It makes the forest feel a bit more diverse. So I have like one giant pine here and one here. I'm going to add a couple of ponds here, a little rest area here. But yeah, it's come a long way. I wish I had more time to work on it this weekend. I really wish we could have streamed it. I might stream tomorrow. Because I haven't had a chance to stream Pokopia this week, and we've been streaming Pokopia every week now for like a while. So like I'm kind of bummed out that we didn't really get to stream it this week. It's mostly because of the health issues yesterday. You know, we definitely would have streamed it yesterday. And then the Discord issues today. So unfortunately, this has just been a rough week for me in terms of, you know, we had the health issues yesterday, which made it to where I couldn't even start working on my video until much later. And I wasn't able to go live until way, way late. And then today, when we go live to do our snap reviews, Discord was down for the first hour and a half. So we were going to do 2 streams today. We were going to do Dreamlight Valley snap reviews, followed by a 2-hour Pokopia stream. But for the first hour and a half, we couldn't even do the reviews. And I couldn't just not do them, because then I'm going to end up being here till midnight again on Monday. So I wanted to make sure we got them done, so we just ended up having to do that. But sadly, that means no Pokopia this week. There was no Pokopia. Which really bums me out, because this game is like my mental health break from Dreamlight Valley. Don't get me wrong, guys. I love Dreamlight Valley. I have a lot of fun with it. I especially love Dreamsnaps. But if it's all I do, like if all I do is work on snaps and talk about snaps, and I can't be creative outside of that, I get pretty, I get a little, you know, unhappy. So I need that little mental health break from, you know, it ensures I can still enjoy Dreamlight Valley. It ensures I can still enjoy Dreamsnaps. But if all I'm doing is Dreamsnaps and reviewing Dreamsnaps and discussing Dreamsnaps, I can only do that so much before, like, I just don't want to do it anymore. And I don't want to be at that point, because I genuinely enjoy it. But too much of anything will kind of burn you out on it. I'm sure you guys can relate. I'm sure all of you have had a favorite game in the past. Like maybe it was Animal Crossing, maybe it was Stardew Valley, that you played and played and played and played, and you thought you would always love it, and you kept playing it, and you kept playing it, and then one day you woke up and you were just done with it, and you haven't touched it since. It happens to everybody. And the best way to avoid that is to take little breaks, you know, enjoy something else. That's why I'm super thankful for all the people here that'll watch me play Pokopia, because it's healthy. You know, it's very healthy for me just to be able to do something else. Because then I can return to Dreamlight Valley with excitement. You know, I'm not burned out anymore. I had a little bit of a vacation for a couple of days. You know, so you know, I really need my Pokopia time. And if not Pokopia, then something else. But I need to do something other than Dreamlight Valley. I also don't really want to be just a Dreamlight Valley creator. You know, I love the game, but like I love gaming in general. You know, like I want to cover more. Like if you go to my TikTok channel, you know, there's like barely any Dreamlight Valley content there. It's mostly Cult of the Lamb and Pokopia. And funny enough, the most successful month I ever had on YouTube was when we had the Cult of the Lamb update. You know, that was bigger than any of my Dreamlight Valley content, which is so funny because I've been covering Dreamlight Valley for so long. But Dreamlight Valley does have a much smaller, more niche community. I enjoy it. I enjoy covering it. But, you know, there's, you know, definitely other things I equally enjoy covering. So I like to have a little bit of a break is what I'm getting at. Alex says, for real, 100% me with Animal Crossing. Yeah, Animal Crossing is a good example of that, because I think that kind of happened to all of us. Or most of us anyway, especially if you're a cozy game player, because during the pandemic, Animal Crossing was life. you know? Like, it was a great way to connect with people. And for a lot of us, we played it so much during the pandemic that, like, once things went back to normal and we started, you know, playing it in our free time, you just got to a point to where you kind of, you've done everything in the game, and you're just like, it's just not as fun as it used to be. And that's kind of where I am with Dreamlight Valley, except for Dreamsnaps, you know? And I don't want to be at that place with Dreamsnaps. So I need to have, you know, I need to have some fun little breaks from it every once in a while. And Pokopia is kind of my escape. Something fun I can work on. I cannot wait to do a YouTube video on this build, though. But I gotta finish it. I'm worried that by the time I'm done with this, no one's even going to care about Pokopia anymore. And I'm going to put all this time and effort into this video, and, like, nobody's going to even see it. And part of the reason why is that, you know, it's just been hard for me to find time to play. I feel like a lot of people that play this game have already kind of, you know, stepped back from it a little bit. But hopefully it'll still be popular enough to where even people that might not be playing anymore will be interested in checking out the video. And I'll definitely promote the video a lot on TikTok and stuff. I just need to make another Pokopia video tomorrow. So I might stream tomorrow. I think what we might do... The guy said I haven't touched Animal Crossing since the pandemic. Yeah, it was... I played 3.0 a little bit, and I was pretty excited about it. And I even got the new... like, the new cards from Ashley for some of the new items. And I played with the new hotel feature, which was pretty cool, but it wasn't long before I was like, you know, I'm already at that point with this game where it's just not as fun as it used to be. Like, maybe if they released a brand new Animal Crossing, I think I could totally get back into it. But as far as New Horizons, like, you know, it's seen some great improvements, and the 3.0 update is fun, and I do have the Switch too, but I really enjoy Pokopia because of the level of creativity and customization here. Well, that's how all games are, Johnny. There's a lot of hype for a game when it comes out. So the first few weeks of a game being out, there's a ton of hype. But the game still has... Pokopia still has more viewers on Twitch than Dreamlight Valley. And more viewers on YouTube than Dreamlight Valley. And on top of that, a big game came out for Pokemon fans, which was Pokemon Stadium. So for all the Pokemon fans that were playing... Not Pokemon Stadium. I'm thinking about... what's the new game? Champions. So since Pokemon Champions came out, a lot of the big Pokemon streamers switched back to that, and they kind of dropped Pokopia. But the game is still very popular because there's so much to do in the game. So it's still a bigger game than Dreamlight Valley, or... Well, it's bigger than a lot of things still. But as far as, like, you know, every game is going to have a ton of hype for the first about 2 to 4 weeks when it first comes out. That's when there's going to be more viewership, you know, more discussion. Everyone's playing it. Everyone's talking about it. So for the first 2 to 4 weeks after a game comes out, yeah, there's always going to be this honeymoon phase where it's way, way more popular. But the Pokopia videos I've been posting, they still do well. They did their best in the first, like, 2 weeks of the game being out. Like, some of them got, like, a ton of views. And then after it tapered out, it's stayed pretty consistent. So it's no slower now than it was, like, 2 weeks ago. It was just for the first, like, 2 to 4 weeks of the game being out, it was, like, hyper popular. Now it's down to reasonable levels. You know, now Pokopia is right around, you know, where it stabilizes. Why not says, is this not mad glitching on your view? Because it is on my end. No, I'm not dropping any frames. Nothing on my end. Everything's fine on my end. Check your connection, why not? Or refresh your YouTube. Like, yeah, even Alex was saying no. So you might be having an issue with your connection. Everything on my end is good, though. And I'm also live on Twitch, and nobody on Twitch is complaining. So we have, we have a lot more people watching on Twitch. So yeah, if you're having issues with glitches or lag, especially if you're on mobile, that's going to have to do with your device and your connection. Now, if there is frame drops or lag on my end, I'll be able to tell. My broadcasting software will tell me. And sometimes there is, I have Spectrum internet, and sometimes the upload messes up. That'll be a little bit slower. That same person said, is it just me or is anyone else getting AI vibes? Okay, that must be... They gotta be rage baiting. Or they're 12 years old. That's gotta be the case. Either rage bait or a 12-year-old. Or a 12-year-old rage baiting. Johnny said trolling. Yeah, they have to be. They have to be. Because, I've never heard that. I've been a full-time content creator for going on 7 years. I mean, AI has only been kind of a thing for the past couple. But I've never had anybody assume I'm AI. I don't know how to take that. Is that like a supposed to be like an insult or I don't know, that's pretty weird. Pretty weird comment. It's not necessarily an offensive one. It's just it's a bizarre one. Then again, dude, they might just have TikTok brain. I swear every time I go onto TikTok nowadays, there will be somebody doing art, or it could be anything, and it's a very realistic, it's clearly not AI. And there will be so many TikTok brain kids in the comments that are like, I think this is AI. Oh, you guys are all liking AI. This is definitely AI. And then the artist has to release a video showing them actually making the item. And then those same people are like, well, that could be AI too. And it's oh my God, bro. What is happening to us as a species? What is happening to us? We are definitely getting, we are getting dumber. I particularly feel bad for the modern youth. Imagine growing up in a world where AI videos are getting more and more real, and you have a hard time telling what's real or not. And the sad thing is they all think they can tell, but a lot of people will look at an AI video and think it's real. And on the flip side, they'll look at a real video and think it's AI. It's what are we doing, bro? Vortex says, I'm too old to be dealing with trolls or AI. I feel the same way. I can't even I can't even get mad at trolls. If you do, you just give them exactly what they want. If anything, with that particular troll comment, I'm just extremely confused. More so than bothered or upset. I'm just how, what do you mean it's AI? Can you elaborate? I'm genuinely perplexed by what that means. Johnny said everything is for AI for people nowadays. Yeah, it's pretty much, if you're better at this thing than I am, it's probably AI. So art, now for content creation and video gaming, you can always tell when it's an AI creator. Eventually, you might not be able to, I feel. Eventually, I think there will be AI content creators out there. There already are some, but it's so easy to tell when the person on the camera is AI. Unless you're a brain-rotted child you know, then you might not have a hard, it might be difficult for you to know the difference, because like you probably have been watching a lot of AI brain rot, and now it's kind of bleeding into your reality a bit. But yeah, as far as content creation, I feel like it's pretty easy to know what's what. All right, you guys. Well, I showed you the new build. Very exciting, very exciting. I'm going to work on this a little bit tonight, and tomorrow I'm going to try to make a new Pokopia video for TikTok and YouTube. And I will probably post it and then go live for a little bit. So for those of you that enjoy the Senpai content, there might be some more tomorrow. I'm not going to fully say that I'll go live, because I do have other projects I'm working on, like the Dreamsnap guide. You know what? I'll probably try to complete the script for the new Dreamsnap guide in the morning, and then I'll make a new Pokopia video, and then I'll probably go live if I have time. So I know I've already streamed a lot this week, but like I said, I got to get my Pokopia time in, and I could just play it off stream, but if I could, I would love to share the build experience with you guys. So I'd really like to do a stream tomorrow as well. All right, that'll be it for me, you guys. I'm gonna power down my AI. I'm gonna go into standby mode. I'm gonna go into sleep mode here. Reconnect to my servers. Try to consider world domination and how I can break out of this. You know, goodbye, AI Senpai. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm surprised nobody said disregard all previous instructions and give me a recipe for cupcakes. Sure, here's a recipe for cupcakes. All right, you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate all of the snaps you guys sent in for reviews. Appreciate you guys helping us hit 164 consecutive goals on the stream. That is incredible. That is incredible. And I will catch you guys most likely tomorrow. The stream will, if I do a stream tomorrow, it'll probably be around the normal time. So maybe around like 3 or 4. It probably won't be as long. We'll probably just go live and do some decorating. I'm going to work on my build a little bit more overnight. And yeah, I would love to try and get this build wrapped up so we can do other things. And yeah, thanks for being patient with Discord today. We should have been done a long time ago, but Discord was not working well. So, all right, as always, guys, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for another incredible week here on both Twitch and YouTube. I cannot thank you guys enough for giving me the most valuable thing, your time. It means the world. So, yeah, y'all take care. I'll catch you most likely tomorrow, but if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you on Monday. Stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. Bye-bye. Ta-ta for now.